All right, I'm gonna go ahead and open the room and we'll get going. Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Thank you.
Before we begin, just a quick reminder that everyone should be muted, and we ask that cameras remain off unless it's your turn to provide testimony. I will now turn the meeting over to the hearing chair, Chuck French, to welcome everyone to today's hearing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed amendments for the coke ovens, pushing, quenching, and battery stacks, National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants, which we also refer to as the NESHAP, and also we're reviewing and proposing updates to the coke oven batteries NESHAP. EPA is proposing to update and strengthen the emission standards for the hazardous air pollutants, also known as HAPs, such as benzene, mercury, lead, arsenic, that are emitted from coke oven facilities. These proposed amendments will further reduce the emissions of HAP and improve the accountability and compliance of the coke oven facilities. As Shane said, my name is Chuck French. I'm the group leader of the Metals and Inorganic Chemicals group within the EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I will be the chair for this session, as Shane mentioned. Thank you to everyone for attending today's hearing, and we are looking forward to hear your comments regarding the proposal. Also, we are quite pleased to have Tomas Carbonell, who is the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Stationary Sources for the Office of Air and Radiation in EPA, has joined us for the meeting, so we welcome him. And Tomas, thank you for being here. And with that, I'd like to turn things over to you for some remarks before we begin the public hearing. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chuck. I just want to take a moment to welcome you all and to thank you for attending today's public hearing so that we can hear your input and feedback on our proposed rules for coke ovens, pushing, punching, and battery stacks and coke oven batteries. The proposed rule for coke oven batteries includes a proposed requirement for fence line monitoring for benzene, as well as more protective standards for leaks. And the proposed rule for coke ovens, pushing, quenching, and battery stacks includes new standards based on maximum achievable control technology for 15 types of air toxics or hazardous air pollutants that have been previously unregulated from the source category. In addition, we're proposing standards that go beyond maximum achievable control technology floor requirements for particulate metals and for mercury. Taken together, these two proposed rules would reduce emissions of hazardous air pollutants in communities that have been historically overburdened by toxic air pollution. As we were working on these proposed rules, EPA collected a significant amount of data from facilities, including data on emissions, the types of technologies they're using to control these pollutants, and work practices that are available to minimize emissions. But now we want to hear from you, and this public hearing is really a critical opportunity for us to do that so that we can develop a final rule that is as well informed as possible, that's based on the best information possible, and reflects the best decisions that we can make. I want to just encourage you all to submit comments in writing. In addition to taking advantage of today's public hearing opportunity, you can submit comments in writing through October 2nd. And of course, we'll give all comments, whether offered here or offered in writing, the same degree of close consideration. So once again, we really appreciate your taking time out of your day to offer this input, and we really look forward to hearing your thoughts. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Chuck French to get the hearing started. Thanks again.
Thank you, Tomas. So now the hearing host will provide more instructions about how the hearing will go today. So with that, I'll hand it off to Shane, the hearing host.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And Thank you so much, Tomas, for being here for providing those remarks. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposed action addressing the risk and technology review for these NESHAPs. And thank you, Chuck. Now I'd like to ask our other EPA panelists to introduce themselves. On the panel are Donnelly Jones and Mandy Hansen.
Hello, my name is Donnelly Jones, and I'm the project leader for the Coke Ovens RTR, Residual Risk and Technology Review.
Hello, my name is Mandy Hansen, and I also work in the Metals and Inorganic Chemicals group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards with Chuck and Donnelly.
Thank you so much, panelists. Before we begin today, hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to help make today's hearing run smoothly. We are joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. The EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. The EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of this virtual hearing. We ask that everyone remain muted with their cameras off until it is your turn to speak. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box, and we may use the chat box to communicate directly with you during this hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. And let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. If you are speaking today, please rename yourself in the Zoom participant list to match your registered speaker name. This will allow our logistics staff to quickly queue up the next speakers. And for assistance, chat with attendee support. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. And if you are joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you are joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. And the timer will start when you state your name, and when your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as a slide presentation or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the proposal through October 2nd, 2023. Instructions for submitting comments are on our website. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post reminders about how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. The panel is here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until the chair can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker, and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and assist you with registering. For those of you watching the hearing on YouTube and would like to speak, please email our registration support team. That email address is in the public hearing box on our website and under the YouTube screen. Finally, today's hearing consists of 2 sessions. If there are no additional speakers, we may close a session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Now let's get started. Our first 2 speakers are David Aylore and Matthew Mihalik. David, David, if you're ready. Okay, I have not heard from David
Okay,
yet. So
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? This is Dave Aylore. I thought you all
great.
would unmute me. So, okay.
Very good. Thank you.
So shall I go ahead and start?
Yes, as you begin,
Okay.
please state and spell your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Okay. Good morning. My name is David Aylore, spelled D-A-V-I-D-A-I-L-O-R. I am president of the American Coke and Coal Chemicals Institute, or ACCCI, a Washington, D.C. based trade association that represents the U.S. metallurgical coke industry. I am speaking today on behalf of the ACCCI managed Coke Oven Environmental Task Force, or COETF. The COETF represents all 4 companies that operate byproduct recovery coke plants in the U.S. These 4 companies operate a total of 6 plants. During 2022, they produced nearly 7.3 million tons of metallurgical coke, a vital ingredient in making the steel that is the backbone of U.S. investments in infrastructure, electrification of the transportation sector, and our national defense. Since 2015, the COETF has been working with EPA on the pushing quenching battery stack RTR rulemaking, including on 2 separate Section 114 information collection requests and countless rounds where we voluntarily provided the information, data, and analysis needed to produce a technically sound and legally defensible rule. The COETF and its members have long supported rules that are grounded in sound science, use the best available data, and comply with EPA's legal obligations. Importantly, a defensible rule must not simply be a fine generating machine containing shutdown standards, but must be demonstrated to be achievable on a long-term basis. The COETF will be submitting written comments on the proposed rule. However, today I want to emphasize the following 5 points. First, even using a very conservative risk modeling approach and assumptions that significantly overstate risk, EPA's risk modeling shows that all coke facilities are well within the range of acceptable risk with an ample margin of safety. This fact is strong evidence of the effectiveness of the existing clean air regulations and standards that the coke sector has been diligently implementing over the past 3 decades. It is also testimony to the strong role the coke manufacturing sector plays as stewards in their communities and to the environment. Second, we have a major concern regarding the new proposed fence line monitoring requirements. These go beyond EPA's legal authority and present serious implementation and compliance challenges that EPA has not fully considered or addressed. Third, we have a major concern regarding EPA's proposal to lower already stringent percent leaking door standards even further. This proposal is not grounded in any new development in technology for coke oven doors, ignores important differences among types of doors, and is not necessary to address any risk to public health or the environment.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. Fourth, we have a major concern regarding the new emission limits that were derived using insufficient data and are not representative of the variability within our industry. Potential measures required to meet the new proposed numerical limits have not been proven technologically feasible for coke plant operations. And fifth, EPA has only provided a 45-day public comment period, which is completely inadequate given the multiple different proposed actions that EPA has combined into a single proposed rule and the sheer volume of documents and other supporting material, numbering over 2,300 and counting, that EPA has placed in the rulemaking dockets that cover this proposal. The COETF has requested a 30-day extension to the public comment period, which we asked EPA to approve expeditiously as the minimum amount of time needed for meaningful public review and comments on this proposal. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. like to ask the panel members if they have any clarifying questions at this time. Okay, well, thanks again, and I'll hand it back to the hearing hosts.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Mihalik.
Hi, thank you to the panel for this opportunity to provide remarks for this hearing. My name is Matthew Mihalik, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Mihalik, M-E-H-A-L-I-K. And I'm the director of the BREATHE Project, the Southwestern Pennsylvania collaboration of over 65 organizations working to improve air quality, eliminate climate pollution, and make our region a healthy and prosperous place to live. We emphasize the need to strengthen the NESHAP standards for coke oven batteries to address ongoing severe health impacts on residents in the Mon Valley in southwestern Pennsylvania, the site of the U.S. Steel's Clairton Coke Works. The current situation is untenable. The Clairton Coke Works emits large quantities of hazardous air pollutants such as benzene and metals that harm health. Allegheny County is in the top 1% of all counties for cancer risk from point source air toxics emissions. 90% of this risk is attributable to coke oven facilities, with 90% attributable to the Clairton Coke Works. People in the Mon Valley already have air that's worse than 93% of the entire country for fine particulate matter, and it's well known that particles are carriers for hazardous air pollutants, such as benzene and metals, that are delivered directly into the bloodstream of residents. The Clairton Coke Works is located in an environmental justice community. Approximately 130,000 people live within a 5-mile radius of the Clairton Coke Works property. 1/3 of the people have low income. 36% are minority population, primarily African American, and 1/5 are older than 64. Recently, NYU School of Public Health documented the improvement in health in communities near the Shenango Coke Works in Allegheny County after it closed in 2016. Average weekly visits to the local emergency departments for heart-related problems decreased by 42% immediately after the shutdown. The Clairton Coke Works is 10 times larger than this Shenango facility and over 100 years old. In 2022, these residents in the Mon Valley have experienced air quality being ranked in the top 10 worst air sheds in the US 40% of all days for at least a portion of the day based on the EPA's Air Quality Index hourly values. These areas ranked as the #1 worst airshed about 10% of these periods. We experience a substantial number of days with temperature inversions, and these inversions trap pollution emitted overnight by the coke works. Short-term spikes in pollution impact the health of residents who are exposed to high-level pollution for hours at a time. And we have cameras that are pointed at the Clairton Coke Works that capture this phenomenon. To protect our community, we're requesting EPA to please do the following. 1, require fence line monitoring of benzene at existing facilities immediately upon execution of the rule. Communities in the Mon Valley already have evidence of elevated benzene levels from monitoring using EPA method 325A. They should not be forced to wait an additional year for fence line monitoring near the Clairton facilities. Number 2, keep the proposed benzene action level of 3 micrograms per cubic meter. This level is protective of workers and communities. Number 3, update standards on byproduct recovery plants, which are not included in this rulemaking, but are sources of hazardous emissions at coke facilities. Number 4, include a short-term concentration action level with provisions to require immediate interventions. ATSDR has a minimum risk level of benzene at 29 micrograms per cubic meter for acute exposures of 1 to 14 days and 19 micrograms for intermediate term exposures. Number 5, require data for each fence line monitor to be provided to the public monthly so that people can be aware of their exposure risks on a website that's easily accessible. And number 6, require fence line monitoring continuously and permanently for coking facilities for as long as the facility operates. Let's save lives, reduce burdens on vulnerable people, and take action that makes everyone proud of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. And for all speakers, we encourage you to submit written comments in addition to your testimony today. So we welcome written comments. So with that, does the panel members have any questions from the panel members?
Yes, can you spell out the acronym for ATDSR.
ATSDR. That's the toxics, air toxics agency affiliated with EPA.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Any other questions? Okay, well, hand it back to the hearing host. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Zachary Barber and Hilary Lewis. Zachary, I see your video up. Please begin your testimony.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Zachary Barber. I'm the clean air advocate with Penn Environment based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, near two of the coke facilities covered by this rule, the Clarendon Coke Works in Allegheny County, and then Cleveland Cliffs facility in Monessen. And here in Allegheny County, we sadly suffer from some of the dirtiest air in the entire country, where we rank in the worst 2% of the country for cancer risk from industrial air pollution. And the Clarendon Coke Works ranks as the single most toxic air polluter in Allegheny County. According to our review of the toxic release inventory, the Clarendon Coke Works releases more toxic emissions than any other facility, and 70% of the toxicity can be attributed to emissions of benzene, hydrogen cyanide, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. In particular, the 30,000 pounds of benzene that the facility reported in 2021 are highly concerning. And these aren't just numbers. Behind these cancer statistics and these risks are residents who have firsthand experience of family members and neighbors dying of cancer. I've stood in Clarendon within view of the Coke Works, talking with the EPA regional administrator and local residents as the residents count down the block who has suffered from cancer in the various families. And so it's important to keep in mind that lowering these emissions will directly benefit the health of those residents. In particular, we were excited to see the fence line monitoring provisions and the action level around benzene emissions. This is one of the most important parts of the updated proposals from EPA, and so we ask that that you keep the monitoring provision and include the 3 microgram action level. There are a few ways where this will be helpful as residents and regulators use this data to ensure that facilities are doing their part and are following the law. This will be helpful from a transparency, enforcement, and advocacy perspective, and is something that residents have been asking for a long time. There are a few ways where this could be made even more helpful and more effective. It would be very helpful for residents to have access to data more frequently to ensure that people have the most up-to-date information. So making reporting requirements either biweekly or monthly would be helpful as well. Classifying repeated or severe exceedances as high priority violations so that regulators and advocates will have an easier time enforcing these provisions. And then ensuring that the corrective action taken if and when concentrations rise above the limit should address any source of benzene within the fence line, whether they are specifically covered under the portions of the NESHAP that are being revised under this proposal or not. But the bottom line is this proposal would go a long way to cleaning up some of the dirtiest emissions from one of the most toxic air polluters here in the Pittsburgh region, as well as 13 others across the country. We're very excited that the EPA is moving forward with this and ask that you finalize these rules as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do any of the panel members have questions? Okay, well, thanks again. I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Hilary Lewis.
Hi, my name is Hilary Lewis, and I'm the Steel Director at Industrious Labs, HILARYLEWIS. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed NESHAP for coke ovens today. Coke oven emissions are harmful to human health, and like so many other harmful industrial emissions, are disproportionately harming low-income communities. In fact, 100% of Coke facilities in the US are in low-income communities. EPA has a responsibility to protect clean air and ensure that everyone, regardless of where they live or their income, can breathe freely. And yet the maximum individual cancer risk from coke ovens is currently 5 in 10,000, which is 5 times greater than EPA's own benchmark goal in setting risk-based standards. To protect clean air, EPA must start with strong data. The proposed benzene monitoring program is a great first step, and you have the opportunity to go further and improve this proposal. These rules were last updated almost 2 decades ago. To start, we cannot afford to unnecessarily delay implementation of any monitoring program. Benzene monitoring should begin immediately once the rule goes into effect. In addition, I urge you to strengthen your proposed monitoring program to include short-term action levels for acute and intermediate exposures and increase reporting to every 2 weeks instead of quarterly so that local residents have timely access to critical health-related information. Monitoring is an affordable and essential tool to addressing hazardous air pollution from coke making, and we cannot wait or shortchange our efforts. Also, in regards to benzene, I wanted to support the 3 microgram per cubic meter limit in the proposed rule, which is both reasonable and achievable. It is also in line with the California EPA's 8-hour and chronic reference exposure levels for benzene, which are health-based standards, a critical measure for carcinogens like benzene. To that end, each EPA should also advance a process to strictly enforce this limit. For example, excess emissions on more than one occasion should trigger a high priority violation and be subject to meaningful financial penalty. I also wanted to address the issue of byproduct recovery plants. Most of the facilities subject to this rule have byproduct recovery plants, yet new rules were not proposed. Byproduct recovery rules have not been updated for over 3 decades. Any new coke oven rules must include stronger safeguards for byproduct recovery plants and substantially address flaring. Finally, I wanted to thank EPA for eliminating the use of startup, shutdown, and malfunction loopholes that allowed releases of unlimited amounts of coke oven emissions without consequence. These rules are critical to protecting human health in some of our most vulnerable communities. I urge you to advance the strongest rule possible and as quickly as possible. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for your testimony. And again, we welcome your comments. So please submit written comments before October 2nd. Do any of the panel members have questions, clarifying questions? Well, thanks again. And I'll hand it back to the hosts.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers are Jay Walker and Susan Thomas. Jay, I see your video up. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Good morning. My name is Ting Walker, and I'm an outreach coordinator with Clean Air Council, a nonprofit environmental health organization with offices in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The council has been working to protect everyone's right to a healthy environment for over 50 years. The council has approximately 35,000 members, including frontline community members in Allegheny County, whose families have been injured by steel plant emissions for generations. Several members who live near U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Quenching Coke Works suffer from cancer and cardiovascular and respiratory ailments. They endure foul odor and regular pollution spikes which prevent outdoor activities. Some can't afford commercial air filters and try to rig their own to improve their indoor air quality. The council thanks EPA for its work in proposing the updated standards for coke ovens. In particular, the proposed fence line monitoring for benzene with an action level of 3 micrograms per cubic meter is necessary to protect public health. Environmental Integrity Project and Create Labs community monitoring programs set up 8 monitors at residences in the Mon Valley, 6 of which showed average exposures over that level for 18 months. Scientists have found ample evidence of health harms from long-term exposures to levels above 3 micrograms per cubic meter. The EPA should retain that standard in the final rule. Additionally, the EPA should strengthen the rule in the following ways. First, EPA should revise the standards for byproduct recovery plants, which have not been reviewed for 32 years. Second, EPA should require facilities to institute fence line monitoring upon the rule's effective dates. The passive benzene monitors are cheap and simple to set up, so there's no reason to delay for an additional year. Third, Short-term spikes in benzene and associated coke oven emissions can cause serious health injuries. Thus, EPA should set shorter-term action levels based on data from the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, ATSDR, which provides information on risks associated with acute and intermediate-term exposures. Fourth, facilities should submit data every 2 weeks instead of quarterly, and that data should be publicly accessible. That practice is required in several consent decrees for refineries, so it is also practical here. Communities have a right to know their exposures, and healthcare providers need that information to properly assess their patients. Fifth, serious or repeated exceedances must be considered violations and result in penalties strong enough to incentivize compliance. Fines must be high enough that operators cannot consider them to be part of the cost of doing business. The Council's written comments will include more extensive suggestions to better protect the health of frontline communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do the panelists have any questions? Okay, thank you. I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Susan Thomas.
Good morning. SUSANTHOMAS. Thank you for this opportunity. I live in Beverly Shores, Indiana, located in the Indiana Dunes National Park, an ecosystem of flora and fauna that is unique on the entire planet. It is truly a natural wonder that exists sandwiched between the worst polluting industries on the planet, whose toxic emissions and spills harm the process of photosynthesis in these rare plants, and thus impact the entire extraordinary food chain here. I'm asking EPA in the NESHAP coke oven rules to please increase the appropriately cited fence line benzene air monitoring starting now. No need to wait, and make the monitoring real time and accessible with reporting every 2 weeks, not quarterly, and within 24 hours to the public if there is a severe issue. Establish a benzene action level that protects workers and communities. Include a rule for byproduct recovery plants. However, none of these changes are meaningful unless EPA stops allowing industry to self-monitor and self-implement the required rules. EPA needs to make a sharper plan to declare high priority violations in a timely and transparent way, rather than allowing industry to finagle around endless back and forth with excessive emission labels that disguise wrongdoing. Meaningful penalties are paramount. Otherwise, we're back to the same old pay to pollute. I have commented now on at least 4 different EPA revised rules hearings for a variety of issues since June. Across the board, what all of these revisions have in common is EPA's continued breadcrumbing of environmental justice communities, doing way less in their revisions that could actually make a difference, regardless of what the actual science is documented or the cheap expense for industry to make corrections with virtually no impacts to their astounding profit margins. This is handing polluting industries a gift, ultimately meaningless rules they can continue to skirt, laughing all the way to the bank. Please, no more fox guarding the hen house. Include penalties with actual consequences that protect our workers and communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We welcome your comments, of course. Do any of the panelists have questions? Okay, thank you. I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers are Isha Ansari and Kenneth Zapinski. Isha, whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Isha Ansari. It is spelled Q-I-Y-A-M. My last name is Ansari, spelled A-N-S-A-R-I. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. I want to start off by thanking the EPA for releasing these updated regulations. We feel like the 3 microgram level for benzene monitoring will definitely protect the community's health. I represent an organization called Valley Clean Air Now, and a lot of our members live within 5 miles of the Clairton Coke Works, as you can see behind me. And a lot of them are suffering from serious ailments, including cancer, asthma. We've had multiple folks that we know and we love. We've lost them due to health effects that come from these polluting industries. We will be submitting written comments with specifics that we would like to see that could strengthen this regulation, but I wanted to take some time to thank the EPA for following through with the decisions that they said they were going to make and the promises that they made to the community to fight and improve the health of the folks that live near these fence line facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Do the panel members have any questions? All right, thanks again. I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kenneth Zapinski. Kenneth, I see your video up. Please start your testimony.
My name is Kenneth Zapinski, K-E-N-N-E-T-H-Z-A-P-I-N-S-K-I, and I am the Director of Research and Public Policy for Pittsburgh Works Together, an alliance of organized labor and employers created to protect and advance the industries that are at the foundation of our society, including energy and manufacturing, in order to provide economic opportunities and family-sustaining jobs for all people. When the Biden administration is pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into the economy through the infrastructure bill and other programs, it's the wrong time to attack an industry critical for building infrastructure and energy facilities those programs call for. Want to build wind turbines? You need steel. Need high voltage transmission lines to carry power from solar farms? Steel. The facilities to house high-tech chip manufacturing coming back to the US from overseas? Steel. Coke production is a critical step in the integrated steel production process. We cannot meet all our needs with steel made from recycling, scrap, and electric arc furnaces. As a matter of national security and maintenance of our advanced economy, we need to retain the ability and skills necessary to turn rocks into steel. That process has environmental impacts, but it is already highly regulated, and the country's air and water are cleaner now than they have been at any time since the Industrial Revolution. According to the EPA's own estimates, Coke facilities present low acceptable risks with a sufficient margin of safety to protect public health. Life expectancy is dropping in the US, but not because of a public health threat from coke ovens or steel production. It is from deaths of despair, from suicide and addiction, much of it driven by economic circumstances and a loss of hope in today's economy. Unnecessarily burdening the steel production process with increased regulation is an effective way to shut down plants and increase economic hopelessness, which itself is a public health issue. These proposals are of particular concern in southwestern Pennsylvania, as a section of the proposed regulations appear to have been arbitrarily set specifically to target the Clairton Coke plant that is part of the US Steel's Mon Valley Works. The Mon Valley Works supports nearly 4,000 direct jobs and contributes close to $5 billion annually to the regional economy. The Coke plant is the linchpin of the operation, and it would be subject to new regulations that are not consistent with EPA's own procedures. Once again, the EPA is overreaching by trying to impose environmental outcomes that have not been proven to be possible using existing technology. By law, the results that the proposed regulations require must be achievable both technologically and economically. The burden is on the EPA to demonstrate
with hard data over long operating periods that the proposed regulations meet that standard. The agency has not done so, showing that one plant on one day for one moment in time can meet a particular emissions profile is not a sufficient basis to tear down an industry that is critical to union workers, to the US economy, the global energy transition, and national defense. Any amendments made to the existing coke oven regulations should be consistent with the requirements of the Clean Air Act based on sound science and consider the costs to implement and operate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do the panel members have any questions? Okay, thank you. Thanks again. Hand it back to the hosts.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Kurt Barcik and Mark Jeffrey. Kurt, I see your video up. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kurt Barcik. That's K-U-R-T-B-A-R-S-H-I-C-K. I'm the Vice President for U.S. Steel Mon Valley Works, which is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on behalf of the hardworking men and women employed with U.S. Steel Mon Valley Works. The Mon Valley Works includes several integrated operations, including the largest coke facility in North America, which is the U.S. Steel Clairton Coke Plant. The Clairton Coke Plant is critical to our company's success, in particular to the future of the Mon Valley Works. The Clairton Coke Plant provides coke for most of our blast furnaces, including our Edgar Thomson plant and our Gary Works. In addition, U.S. Steel Mon Valley Works reuses the coke oven gas generated to make our own electricity and operate our furnaces at the hot strip mill, which allows the Mon Valley Works to operate one of the most energy efficient steel mills in North America. The Mon Valley Works is committed to meeting the challenge and protecting our shared environment. In 2023, we continue our pursuit of environmental excellence, maintaining a historically high compliance rate with the Allegheny County Health Department standards that apply to charging emissions, door leaks, battery combustion stack opacity, offtakes, lids, pushing, and travel compliance. These standards are among the most stringent in the entire country. They exceed requirements for the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection and the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Our world-class performance is evident in all regional monitors in Allegheny County have demonstrated attainment with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, noting in particular, demonstrating attainment for PM 2.5 and SO2. And this is a great accomplishment, and we're committed to doing our fair share to ensure the area's air quality continues to meet these standards. For these reasons, I strongly urge the agency to take a more reasonable approach in amending the National Emission Standards for hazardous air pollutants for coke-making facilities. Any amendments made to the existing regulations should be consistent with the Clean Air Act, based on sound science and technically achievable with proven control technology. The rule revision should be aligned throughout the coke-making industry and consider the cost to implement and operate. Some people today will testify that U.S. Steel can afford these new limits. Yet, the EPA's new proposed numerical limits have not been proven to be technically feasible for any coke plant, nor has the EPA provided any justification for the proposal to lower existing limits on coke plants that produce over 3 million tons of annual production. Even unlimited finances cannot obtain unfeasible limits. These new limits would result in significant economic consequences, not only for the Pittsburgh region, but a cascading impact in economic hardship to the future of Gary Works, our river barge industry, coal companies, and our surrounding communities as well. Thank you again on behalf of U.S. Steel Mon Valley Works to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Do the panel members have any questions? Thank you. And again, we welcome your written comments. With that, I'll hand it off back to the host.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Jeffrey. Mark, I see your video up. Please go ahead and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Jeffrey, M-A-R-K-J-E-F-F-R-E-Y. I am the plant manager of U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works Clairton Coke Plant. which employs more than 1,200 hardworking and highly skilled men and women who operate the nation's largest coke and coal byproduct plant. The environmental excellence achieved by our dedicated employees have yielded significant, measurable environmental results. These efforts have contributed to Allegheny County air monitors demonstrating continuous attainment with all federal health-based air quality standards. The region's sustained attainment of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, in addition to EPA's determination that the coke manufacturing source category presents a low acceptable risk, is an accomplishment we should all be very proud. Efforts become reality when regulatory agencies work collaboratively with industry. We believe open communications between the regulator, regulated communities, and the local communities benefit the environment, reduces litigation, and best serves the public. The U.S. Steel Clairton plant is committed to working with the U.S. EPA to develop and implement revisions to the coke regulations, which are 1, consistent with the Clean Air Act, 2, based on sound science and data, 3, have demonstrated benefits to the environment, and 4, are technologically and economically feasible. Specific areas of concern with the proposed revisions include the new emission limits in the proposed rule are based upon insufficient data and are not representative of the industry. In addition, I will note that many of the potential measures required to meet the new proposed numerical limits have not been proven to be technologically feasible for our operations. EPA is also mischaracterizing new ICR test data that shows compliance with the existing standards as technology development, warranting tighter standards. The proposed fence line monitoring requirement would cover the entire facility, extending beyond the intended regulation, including sources that are not subject to the current coke rule. The significance of the Clairton plant, including its products and byproducts, goes well beyond the geographic footprint. Clairton plant operations have a tremendous impact on the local, regional, and national economy. As the nation's largest coke producer in cool chemicals, our operations have a multiplier effect in supporting thousands of additional manufacturing, transportation, and supplier jobs. The coke making process is the essential first step in the integrated steelmaking process. It is critical that we continue to maintain a balance of environmental responsibility, economic opportunity for our country, and not risk the future of our remaining manufacturing jobs and national security. Clairton plant asks that the EPA work collaboratively with industry to come up with regulations that are consistent with the Clean Air Act and based on sound science and data. Working together, we can accomplish 2 important goals: the future generation, protect our region's jobs, and preserve our shared environment. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your testimony. Do any of the panel members have questions? Okay, thanks again. I'll hand it back to the hosts.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers are John Olsheski and Dave Riom. John, I see your video up. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Hello, my name is John Olsheski, JONOLSZEWSKI, and I am the plant manager of U.S. Steel Mon Valley Works Edgar Thomson plant, and I am speaking on behalf of the 750 employees who work at the Edgar Thomson plant. As the iron and steel making facility of the Mon Valley Works, Edgar Thomson is a customer of our Clairton coke making plant for coke and coke oven gas, both of which are critical to our operations. Coke making is the first step in the integrated steelmaking process that is critical to produce many of the products necessary in our daily lives and needed to ensure our national security. The steel produced at the Mon Valley is 100% made in America by more than 3,000 hardworking men and women, many of whom live in the Mon Valley communities. The Mon Valley Works creates thousands of additional jobs, which supports our plant's operational and maintenance needs. These workers also live in the Mon Valley community. Mon Valley Works generates $4.6 billion in economic output throughout the region. The Pennsylvania steel industry generates $9.3 billion in economic output a year in Pennsylvania and plays an integral role in the state's economy. Mon Valley Works is the largest contributor among all Pennsylvania steel operations. The EPA has determined that the coke manufacturing source category presents low acceptable risk. Potential measures required to meet the new proposed numerical limits have not been proven to be technologically feasible for coke making facilities. The new limits are based upon insufficient data and are not representative of the industry. U.S. Steel has a strong commitment to our environment and to provide good paying jobs and other important economic and social benefits to our region. It is critical that we continue to maintain the balance of environmental responsibility and economic opportunity to our country and not risk the future of our remaining manufacturing jobs and national security. Coke facilities are critical to our region and country. The men and women of the Edgar-Thomson plant asked the EPA work collaboratively with industry to come up with regulations that are consistent with the Clean Air Act and are based on sound science and data. Working together, we can accomplish two important goals for the future generations: protect our region's jobs and preserve our shared environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Do the panel members have any questions? Thanks again. We welcome your written comments, of course. With that, I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Riom. David, I see your video. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is David, D-A-V-I-D, Riom, R-E-A-U-M-E. I'm the primary plant manager of our U.S. Steel Gary Works facility located in Gary, Indiana. U.S. Steel Gary Works primary operations employ more than 1,800 hardworking men and women, most of whom are proud United Steelworker members. They produce steel that we use every day in our cities, our workplaces, our vehicles, and in our homes. The coke making process is the essential first step in the integrated steelmaking process. Gary Works blast furnaces, of which we have 4 of them, rely on and operate on the quality coke that we receive from the Clairton plant. The domestic iron and steel industry faces significant impacts from the proposed rule, along with other EPA proposed rules, including the taconite MAC, the iron and steel MAC, the Good Neighbor Rule, the PM 2.5, and ozone NACs. My coworkers and I are concerned for the future of iron and steel making in the United States. It is my understanding that the new emission limits in the proposed rule are based on limited data and are not representative of the industry. Potential measures required to meet the new proposed numerical limits have not been proven to be technologically feasible for our operations. In addition, the proposed new limits are inconsistent with the Clean Air Act. Recognizing that the EPA has an obligation under the Clean Air Act to fill gaps and set limits on hazardous air pollutants, we do have concerns with the stringent, unproven, and unsupported proposed limits. Clairton Coke is critical to the success of Gary Works, Northwest Indiana, and our country. It is critical that we continue to maintain the balance of environmental responsibility and economic opportunity for our country and not risk the future of our remaining manufacturing jobs and national security. We ask the EPA to work collaboratively with industry to come up with regulations that are consistent with the Clean Air Act and are based on sound science and data. Working together, we can accomplish 2 important goals for the future generations: protecting jobs and preserving our shared environment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Do any of the panel members have questions? Okay, thank you. I hand it back to the host.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers are Don Furco and Lee Lassich. Don, I see your video. Please begin your testimony when ready.
You're on mute.
Okay, I should be back.
Thank you.
Now it's the camera. Sorry about that. Okay. Don Furco, D-O-N-F-U-R-K-O. I'm the president of
United Steelworkers Local 1557, where I represent the nearly 1,100 production and maintenance employees, the best in the business. The Clairton Coke Works, part of U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works, the last fully integrated steel making facility in the region. Clairton is the largest and cleanest coking facility in the country, if not the world. I appreciate this platform to speak about the EPA's proposed amendments to coking regulations. Research has been done by the Pennsylvania Steel Alliance that each steel job supports at least 5 non-steel jobs in the state, from the vendors to the contractors to the employees of the speedway outside our gates. The Mon Valley Works is integral to the region, to the state, and in general to industry. Our membership includes hundreds of workers whose sole duty is environmental in nature, from sealing coke oven doors and lids to patching oven walls, maintaining the pushing emissions control equipment, and rebuilding doors. However, at Clairton, it's well known that environmental compliance is everybody's responsibility. We all have to keep the plant in compliance. And in fact, we are in compliance most of the time. A cleaner environment where we work means a cleaner environment where we live. I've been president of Clairton for over 5 years. It's my duty to represent the membership and protect our jobs. When I see proposed changes to emission standards that may make it harder for our members to keep the plant in compliance, which may endanger the future of Clairton Works, I get concerned. These new emissions limits are based on insufficient data and not representative of the industry. Sign monitoring to cover the whole plant, not just cooking operations. The plant is already surrounded by monitors, and again, we are in compliance an overwhelming majority of the time. Our biggest challenge is the topography of the region, which creates weather inversions that trap coke oven emissions lower in the atmosphere. My members can't do anything to help this phenomenon, so production is halted. Again, we shut down production to help curb the effects of these inversions. For the last 5 years, up to everyone else. Fence line monitoring is a term that I've heard over and over and over from the script of the environmental groups. So it seems like the EPA is caving to those NGOs with those proposals. The potential measures required to keep the new proposed numerical limits have not been proven to be technologically feasible for our operations. This plan is critical to the industry, to the security, defense, and infrastructure of our country. Urge EPA to work collaboratively and cooperatively with the company to find common sense solutions instead of making unilateral proposals and then opening up for public comment. The whole process seems counterproductive. Come on out to the plant. I'm sure they'll give you a tour. So you can see my members working hard to keep us in environmental compliance and then maybe come up with proposals together. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to visit your facility. Yeah, again, we welcome written comments. And you broke up a little bit a couple of times there. So, we'll strongly encourage you to submit it all in writing.
Okay.
So with that, do the panel members have any questions? So thanks again. Hand it back to the host.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Lasich. Lee, when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Lee Lasich, Leelasich. Can you hear me? Okay. I live in the city of Clairton, Pennsylvania. I'm a retired legal secretary. I do value a healthy, clean environment to live, work, and raise my family, and I have raised my family. I also value a positive economic impact that U.S. Steel has on this region, and I've lived here my whole life. My family members have worked at U.S. Steel, and I have seen many improvements in the Clairton Coke plant over the years, and believe me, there have been many. It is my understanding that the regulation using the EPA's own conservative estimates shows that the coke facilities present low acceptable risks with an ample margin of safety to protect public health. I also understand that the current proposed amendments have been based on limited data. You got to do your job, EPA. Any amendments made to the existing regulations should be consistent with the Clean Air Act. based on sound science and consider the costs to implement and operate. Additional coke production in the United States is already subjected to some of the most stringent environmental protection requirements in the world, especially the Clairton Coke plant. And I'm talking about Allegheny County. And believe me, they are watching the Clairton Coke plant. U.S. Steel has a strong commitment to our environment and to providing good paying jobs and other important economic benefits to our region. It's critical, really, to continue to maintain the balance of environmental responsibility and economic opportunity for our country and not risk the future of our remaining manufacturing jobs and national security. U.S. Steel provides employment for many people in the Mon Valley, outside and outside it. I mean, U.S. Steel has developed many clean, environmentally driven activities involving neighboring communities. I mean, U.S. Steel maintains a balance of keeping regulations for producing coke, governmental employees, its neighboring communities are advised of each violation and each adherence to a law. I'm talking about EPA and Allegheny County Health Department. We as residents know firsthand what U.S. Steel Clairton Works has done to the plant over the years. We see it and we breathe the air. We know what it is being done down at U.S. Steel. So help us help U.S. Steel stay in Clairton. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Of course, we encourage you to submit written comments. Any questions from the panelists? Thanks again. I'll hand it back to the host now.
Thank you so much. The next two speakers are Jim Barker and Judd Crow.
My name is Jim Barker, and I'm president of Rosebud Mining Company, Jim, Jimbarker. And we are a supplier of coking coal to U.S. Steel. So we operate mines in Indiana, Cambria, Somerset, Jefferson, and Elk counties in western Pennsylvania, which supply a portion of the coal that they use in our Mon Valley works at Clairton. We value a clean and healthy environment for our more than 850 employees living, working, and raising their families in western Pennsylvania. Almost all of our employees are outdoorsmen and women who enjoy the outdoors and respect the environment. We also value the positive economic impact that U.S. Steel and our company and other vendors of U.S. Steel have on the region through employment and our spending with local suppliers. For these reasons, I strongly urge the agency to take a reasonable approach in amending the regulation. It's my understanding that the above regulation, when using the EPA's conservative estimates, shows that coke making facilities present low acceptable risks with an ample margin of safety to protect public health. The currently proposed amendments have been based on limited data and do not consider variations in operations. In addition, potential measures required to meet the new proposed numerical limits have not been proven to be technologically or economically feasible. It is our understanding that the EPA found no new developments in practices, processes, or control technologies that necessitated revisions of the existing opacity standards. But nonetheless, EPA has reduced the opacity standards in its proposed rulemaking. Any amendments made to the existing regulation should be consistent with the Clean Air Act, based on sound science, and consider the costs to implement and operate. The iron and steel industry faces significant impacts from the proposed rule, along with other EPA proposed rules, including the taconite MAC, the iron and steel MAC, the neighbor rule PM 2.5. We are concerned about the future of iron and steel making in the United States. China presently produces 53% of the world's steel, which is roughly 1.03 billion tons out of 1.95 billion tons. All these numbers cited are for 2021, the most recent available data. China, Russia, Iran, and Taiwan collectively produce about 60% of the world's steel. Steel production in the entire Western Hemisphere amounts to only 8% of the world's steel output, or 161 million tons out of 1.95 billion. These figures are for all steel production, including both the EAF and blast furnace produced steel. If we look at just the pig iron production, which is the process of transforming newly mined iron ore in the ground or iron oxide into pig iron that's used in the steelmaking process, the numbers are even more alarming. US produces only 1.6% of the world's pig iron, 22 million tons out of 1.4 billion tons. The entire Western Hemisphere produces only about 5% of the world's pig iron. China produces just by itself 63% of the world's pig iron, or 880 million tons out of 1.4 billion tons. And if we look at China, Russia, Iran, and Taiwan collectively, they produce over 2/3 of the world's pig iron. It is imperative that the US holds on to its pig iron production capabilities. Our national security in both the economic and military senses depends on being able to convert iron ore out in Minnesota into a usable product for our nation. Our manufacturing, transportation, construction, energy, and military all require steel. The US steel industry cannot be 100% recycled steel, as it needs new iron units for quality and quantity reasons. Coke batteries make coke. Coke reduces iron oxide from the ground into usable pig iron, and pig iron makes steel. It's fundamental to so much of the US economy, and we need US Steel's coke batteries to remain operational and competitive. Department of Commerce has recognized that the domestic steel industry is vital to assuring our national security and maintaining critical infrastructure. It is crucial that we continue to maintain the balance of environmental responsibility, which we all care about, and economic opportunity for our country. We should not risk the future of our remaining manufacturing jobs and national security. We have to preserve our ability to convert iron ore into steel for our national economic and military security. Thank you for the opportunity to give some comments today.
Thank you for your testimony, and we welcome your comments and any studies, references you've talked about. So thanks again. And do the panel members have any questions? Thank you. I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judson Crowe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go on.
Great. Hi, my name is Judson Crowe, JUDSONKROH, and I'm president of Robindel Energy and Associated Companies. We are based in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, and operate in the power, mining, mine reclamation, commodity trading, transportation, and dry bulk material handling sectors. As of today, we have close to 1,000 hardworking individuals, and we provide them with family-sustaining jobs with excellent pay and benefits. Last year, we contributed to our local economy an annual payroll in excess of $100 million, and have numerous operations that interact with Clairton via material handling, as well as mining coking coal to provide fuel for the facility. All of our operations operate in economically distressed regions of Pennsylvania, and these regions have very limited economic opportunities outside of mining. All of us at Robindel want to have clean air and clean water. 95% of our employees live in the central and western Pennsylvania region. Yet those goals must be balanced with a prudent and achievable environmental regulations that do not devastate local economic activity. It is my understanding that the proposed EPA regulations are not feasible, which in turn risk the critical ability, risk the ability for Clairton to operate in the future. We estimate Clairton provides in excess 1,000 jobs in the mining and transportation sectors, and is one of the most important drivers of economic activity in the energy sector in the state of Pennsylvania. Any given year, we estimate that Clairton provides north of $300 million worth of economic activity via coking coal purchases from central Pennsylvania coal producers. This economic activity is a true value add to our local economies by supporting multiple service sector jobs for every one mine worker. In addition, we see Clairton as one of the most critical suppliers of carbon to numerous industrial applications in the Western world. It goes without saying that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has fundamentally changed the energy and industrial landscape around the world, and in particular in the United States. Before the invasion, Russia was one of the largest exporters of carbon products, including met coke and anthracite, which anthracite is a met coke replacement, and was supplying close to 90% of the world's supply in the seaborne market for these products. Ukraine was also an integral part in the global carbon markets, being one of the largest exporters of pig iron and met coke. Since the invasion, we've seen an acute shortage develop of carbon products, of which Clairton has become a critical supplier of. To give a sense of Clairton's roles in the global met coke market, the entire seaborne market of met coke was estimated to be 24 million tons last year. Clairton's output represents close to 18% of the world's seaborne supply, which in our view is not replaceable if Clairton wouldn't cease to exist. Over the last 40 years, it has been said that no region has lost more manufacturing jobs in the country than Western Pennsylvania. This is evident by the fact the greater Pittsburgh metro populations continues to decline during this time frame. Albeit for a few brief years this past decade, when the population stabilized, most recent estimates have shown our region resuming the loss of population. Clairton alone supports an innumerable amount of economic activity. In our group alone, Clairton is an integral customer and supports 1/4 of our workforce. Aggressive environmental regulations imposed on Clairton that are not achievable risk not only the jobs at Clairton, but also have the cascading effect on the mining, material handling sectors and the jobs in the state. If history is any guide, this could accelerate the loss of additional population in the region. This type of economic upheaval has profound public health implications, which must be considered with any environmental regulation that's being proposed in the name of public health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Do the panel members have any questions? Thanks again, and I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kevin Pollock. Kevin, I see your video up. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Hello, my name is Kevin Pollock, Kevin Pollick, from Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania, and I am here as a private citizen. For the record, I am also currently employed by U.S. Steel. As we heard from many of the prior speakers, there are questions regarding the proposed regulations and amendments. I agree with those stating the proposed amendments need to be further discussed and reviewed based on the concerns mentioned. We all have a common value of clean and healthy environment to live, work, and raise our families. I think that is recognized by the list of the speakers today. We also need to understand the positive economic impact U.S. Steel has on the region of Allegheny County and the local communities, not just those employed, but the many contractors and suppliers besides the 3,000 Mon Valley employees. Many of those live in Jefferson Hills. Coke production in the United States is already subjected to some of the most stringent environmental protection requirements in the world, especially at the Clairton Coke plant. And we all agree this is important for our communities, but a balance is always necessary. While I was preparing to talk today, I was reviewing the EPA economic impact of these tentative amendments. I saw part of the impact study of the additional cost for steel making using a blast furnace versus a mini mill, which does not need to coke. Yes, it will make those called the integrated steel producers an additional cost compared to the mini mills. Note, the integrated steel producers make the advanced steel grades that many of today's automotive manufacturers require, which starts with coke, not scrap. What I did not see in the economic impact of potential costs compared to the true competition, foreign steel. If you did not know, America is one of the few countries that does not produce enough steel and needs foreign steel to meet the demand. Foreign steel that does not have the many restrictions as our domestic producers. I think we learned during COVID, it's important to have things made here. Again, balance. My concern are these amendments truly vetted and the technology is proven for both the manufacturers and the health agencies to properly monitor. If not, please continue to investigate. Being a lifelong resident of Jefferson Hills, I witnessed the importance of the check and balances between our health agencies and manufacturers. But it also needs to be recognized Allegheny County is not just in competition with foreign steel, but is also in competition with other states as well as other countries. Again, balance. It's critical that we continue to maintain the balance of our environmental responsibility and economic opportunity for our country, and not risk the future of our remaining manufacturing jobs and national security. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Do the panel members have any questions? Okay, thanks again. With that, I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you all very much. At this time, we do not have any other pre-registered speakers currently present. We will take a 15-minute break until 12:30 p.m. Eastern, and at that time, we will return and see if we have any newly registered speakers, and if not, we will take a longer break till the second session. So at this time, we'll take a break till 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Hello, may I ask a quick question? I'm an unregistered speaker who would like to speak, but I have to leave the call between 12:30 and 1. Would it be possible to give my comments right now?
Can you please chat attendee support, and they can assist with your at this time registration?
I did at about an hour when the call started, and nobody has replied to me.
What is your name?
It's okay. I see now there are multiple options. So attendee support. My name's Christine Graziano.
Okay, we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We will take a short break till 12:25, and then we will recommence the session 1. All right, welcome back from that short break. Thank you so much. We do have a newly registered speaker. Our next speaker will be Christine Graziano. Christine, when you are ready, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Thank you. I tried to turn my video on, it didn't turn on. Okay.
I just sent you a request. Okay, it's coming up now. There we are.
Yeah. My name is Christine Graziano. I'm a resident of Squirrel Hill in Pittsburgh, and as well a privately practicing environmental consultant with degreed education and over 20 years of professional practice in environmental policy design, natural resource management, and regional, urban, and municipal planning. I'm a mother of a 10-year-old son who lives with me here in Allegheny County. I'm here because of my personal suffering living within the detectable emissions and smell plumes from the Coke Works and other area polluters, and the clearly evident suffering of my neighbors in the region, especially in Clairton and Braddock from the nearby Coke Works, but also my immediate neighbors here in the East End. Our collective suffering is evidenced by many thousands of annual complaints to the Smell PGH app year after year, and also to GovQA. Personally, since moving to Pittsburgh 13 years ago, unknowingly to an area out of compliance regularly with the Clean Air Act, for my husband's highly specialized job, making it difficult to move now, my health has deteriorated with early childhood asthma, years gone, periodically returning, and more worrisome after recently developing severe episodes of dermatitis that include full body inflammation, notable redness and swelling of my hands, my lips, which is accompanied by cracking and bleeding and severe itching. I recently underwent comprehensive allergy and dermatological testing and learned that I have a somewhat rare allergy to a benzene compound called benzyl alcohol. Medically, we're still trying to determine if benzene spikes in the air are triggering these episodes and this allergy, but as I understand it, this is certainly conceivable and possible. I'll also note that there are many days I've not been able to safely recreate outside due to poor air quality, and find myself struggling to keep weight off and to enjoy the outside as I was previously used to doing without concern. And all of this impacts physical and mental health. I support many of the comments that have been given so far in support of this rule and strengthening it, and please include me as a second to those and in support of them. I do not support comments such as those put forth today by Ken Zapinski, Judson Crow, and other U.S. Steel representatives, whereby they've implied that these regulations are too onerous and threaten to shut them down. There's no merit to any argument of this dichotomy that pits business success against health and welfare of the population, particularly with the earnings history of a company like U.S. Steel. Emissions like benzene are simply their own inefficiencies and waste, gaseous trash that those around them have to absorb. Any business worth its salt would be striving to eliminate those wasteful inefficiencies for the simple reason of becoming more competitive and successful financially for themselves and for their communities. And by that measure, they should be welcoming these regulations and accepting them as a challenge that can only strengthen their profit margins in the long run. In addition, consider what their ongoing pollution could do to pull down this region economically if it continues. Our population is essentially stagnant. No one wants to live in a region or county with this kind of pollution if they can avoid it. Parents encourage their children to leave when they graduate. The city of Pittsburgh can reportedly barely retain new recruits here for more than 2 years after spending $30K a person to get them here. And many leave because of the stench, and note the health risks concern to their families. I urge you not to be swayed by these arguments. Follow the data, the lived experience of many thousands. Do your job to protect the larger public from pollution so that we can meet the most basic of standards for quality of life. 3, ask more specifically, increase appropriately cited fence line benzene air monitoring starting now, no need to wait, and make the monitoring real-time and accessible. Establish a benzene action level that protects workers and communities. Include a rule for byproduct recovery plans. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and we encourage you to submit written comments as well. Do the panel members have any questions? Okay. Well, thanks again And I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you all. Chuck French has been chairing this hearing session. We would like to thank everyone who has shared comments on EPA's proposed action. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you to let you know if there are any time slots available. If you're watching the hearing on YouTube and are interested in speaking, please email our registration support team. That email address is under the video screen and on our website. At this time, we are going to take a short recess and we'll resume the hearing at 1:30, as you will soon see on the screen shared. So once again, we're taking a recess until 1:30. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. At this time, I'd like to invite the hearing chair and panelists to introduce themselves. Steve, I think you are muted at the moment.
How's that?
Very good.
Sorry. My name is Steve Frew. I'm a senior advisor at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. Thank you to everyone for attending today's hearing and sharing your comments on EPA's proposal. This is the coke ovens, pushing quenching battery stacks, NESHAP. The hearing host will now provide more instructions for the hearing.
My name's Donna Lee Jones. I'm the project leader for the coke ovens residual risk and technology review project.
And my name's Katie Blasio. I'm in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, helping out with the coke ovens rule as well.
Great. Thank you so much to our chair and our panelists for today's session number 2. As a reminder, today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. For those of you on Zoom, if you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you are joining us via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will add you to today's agenda if there are any time slots available. If you're watching this hearing on YouTube and are interested in speaking, please email our registration support team, and that email address is under the video screen and on our website. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing, event, and meeting. The EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner, and we will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. When you are called to speak, please unmute your line. While you're providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record, and a 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. The speakers for the upcoming sessions will be posted into the chat box, so please keep the chat box open so you are aware of when you are being called upon. Our first 2 speakers for this session are Mayor Richard Lattanzi and Lisa Graves Marcucci. Richard, when you're ready, please unmute your line.
Okay, can you hear me? I hit the video. I don't know if anybody can see me or not.
One moment. Okay, looks like you're coming up now.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, and thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Richard Lattanzi, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, Lattanzi, L-A-T-T-A-N-Z-I. I am the mayor of the city of Clairton, and I'm in my 14th year as the mayor. Here in Clairton, we value a clean and healthy environment to live, work, and raise our families. We also value the positive economic impact that U.S. Steel has on our region. It supplies many jobs. It helps us with taxes. They are definitely a good community partner, and the economic spending is abundant. It is my understanding that the regulations using the EPA's own conservative estimates show that the coke facility present low and acceptable risk. And yet today we still continue to impose more and more stringent requirements. I also understand that the current proposed amendments have been based on limited data, and any amendment made to this existing regulations should be consistent with the Clean Air Act based on good science and consider the cost of implements in the operations. Additionally, coke production in the United States is already subject to some of the most stringent environmental protection requirements in the world, especially here at the Clairton Coke Works. U.S. Steel has a strong commitment to the environment and to providing good paying jobs and other important economic benefits to my region. As mayor of the city of Clairton, I take health and safety very serious. My job as mayor is to continually monitor the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, drug activity, mental health, crime, and such. I have been elected overwhelmingly 4 consecutive times. The vast majority of people here trust me and believe in me. I could never turn my back on my constituents and allow a large corporation to sicken and kill my family, friends, and neighbors. I just couldn't live with that. What I do know is that we as a city and our officials meet quarterly with the managers and union people at U.S. Steel to discuss current conditions, environmental numbers, plans for improvement, and most of all, reasons for a pollution exceedant event. I personally lived here for 59 years and only a few blocks from the mill. The Clark Mill has made many environmental improvements. I see it every day. Vegetation is abundant all around the valley, clean water, less odors of sulfur, and little to no residue on my car or windowsills. I personally ask that the EPA and whoever else is working on these regulations work with U.S. Steel to set reasonable goals and limits. The city of Clairton will not be able to grow or prosper without our mill, and I pray that we can all work together for an amicable settlement. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Okay, we'll turn it back over.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lisa Graves Marcucci. Lisa, when you're ready, please unmute to begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Graves, Graves Marcucci, Marcucci. I'm a lifelong resident of Pittsburgh's Monongahela Valley. For decades, I have had a front row seat to the pollution that has spewed from all 3 of the U.S. Steel Mon Valley works, including the biggest offender, the Clairton Coke Works. Sadly, the poor air quality of the Mon Valley has plagued our region for too long, and it's time for a meaningful change. According to 2021 TRI data, the Clairton Coke Works emitted 38,801 pounds of benzene just in that year alone. That represents 96.9% of the total pounds of benzene emitted in 2021 in Allegheny County. A staggering statistic and a very clear example of why fence line monitoring with strict enforcement action requirements is essential. As staggering as that benzene statistic is, the Allegheny County Health Department has not provided robust oversight or enforcement of this chronic polluter. It's time to end the practice of allowing this facility to pay to pollute by choosing to pay fines instead of being required to remediate the root causes of the massive amounts of toxic pollution like their benzene emissions. It is long overdue that changes are made that will force the Allegheny County Health Department to properly hold polluters like U.S. Steel, Clairton Coke Works accountable. The proposed rule is an important first step. And although I am grateful EPA has proposed the updated rule, much more needs to be done to protect the health of workers and the community members. For example, fence line monitoring requirements should be implemented upon the effective date of the final rule. Time is of the essence. Our health is at stake, and action sooner rather than later is essential. There needs to be short-term action levels to include acute and intermediate exposure risks. People living near these facilities are exposed short, intermediate, and long-term. So there needs to be action plans in place to address all scenarios. Data should be required to be submitted more frequently, every 2 weeks instead of quarterly, and submitted sooner after each of the sampling periods within 30 days of sample collection. Data should be reported to the public in as near as real time as possible. Workers and community members are breathing dangerous pollution in real time and deserve notifications quickly. A notification system should be established in coordination with regulatory agencies like ACHD so that folks affected by known exposures are informed promptly and can take the necessary precautions. Timeframes for undertaking corrective actions must be shortened. And finally, most importantly, repeated and severe exceedances of fence line standards should be treated as actual violations subject to penalties. This is particularly important given that Clairton Coke Works is a notorious polluter and chooses to pay fines instead of taking those corrective actions that would protect the health of their workers and folks in the neighboring communities. No community should ever have to choose between jobs or health. Everyone, every community, and every worker deserves both health protections and jobs. U.S. Steel should be held accountable, and we believe this rule is a step in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you. I'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Myron Arnowit and Fred Pickerton. Myron, when you're ready, please unmute.
Hi, my name is Myron Arnowit. Okay. My name is Myron Arnowit, and that's spelled MYRONARNOWITT. I'm the Pennsylvania Director for Clean Water Action. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thank you very much for letting us speak at this public hearing on this important issue. We're excited to see EPA addressing the issue of coke plant toxic emissions, something which our organization and our members have been very concerned about for a long time. Clean Water Action and I personally have had a long history of working with residents who are neighbors to coke plants in our area, helping to conduct citizen monitoring projects, video monitoring, and I've seen and watched so many violations at coke plants through these efforts. And I think one thing that you learn when you work on coke plants is that most coke plants are fairly old. They are often not well maintained, as is evidenced by the significant fire at U.S. Steel's Clairton Coke Works in 2018. And they have very poor compliance records. Both of the coke plants that were in Allegheny County, the Clairton Coke Works and the Shenango Coke Works, now closed, that was on Neville Island outside of Pittsburgh, had long histories of consent decrees over and over again, but yet the violations kept going on. And we need rules that are going to recognize this, that we need to be specific about what is required, and we need to be specific about what happens when you stop complying with the rules. One issue is the age of the plants. Many coke plants are operating far beyond their useful lifespan. We need to stop giving old coke plants laxer emission rules that exist currently, and make sure that all coke plants need to show that they can come up to current standards in order to continue operating. The benzene fence line monitoring that's proposed by EPA is a strong step forward, and we're really excited to see it. There are many other dangerous hazardous air pollutants that are being emitted, and I think EPA should consider what else needs to be monitored for in order to protect the public's health. The fence line data needs to be available to the public as soon as is possible. And action needs to be taken on the data quickly to recognize the problem. Some of these problems have been going on for years, and even if the fence line monitoring, especially when the rule starts, is going to be considered new, that doesn't mean that the problem has just arisen. It's important also that EPA consider the idea that there are acute effects from this, that although EPA is setting an annual standard for action on benzene, there are acute effects, and EPA should consider the idea of acting more quickly. And finally, I think it's worth noting on the issue of benzene that the data that EPA has right now from preparing for this rule shows that the U.S. Steel's Clairton Coke Works is far exceeding 9 times the level of the action level that EPA is considering in this rule. And to us, there are 2 things. One is that you should consider the size of the facilities in these rules and the need for action. The Clairton Coke Works is the largest coke plant in North America. There are 7 coke batteries there, even with the 3 that they just recently closed down from the 1950s. But it's important that EPA take action now and not wait for this rule to be finalized to address the benzene issue in Clairton. This is something which is an urgent.
Sir, your time has concluded. Please wrap up your comments.
Great. The only other thing I would like to say is that I think that it's important for EPA to look at some of the study that's been done around the closure of the Shenango Coke Works. Recent study by the New York University School of Medicine shows stunning decreases in emergency and hospitalization in nearby residents. And that's something which I think should be considered as part of this rule. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any additional questions from the panel? In that case, I'll turn it back to the host to call the next speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Fred Bickerton. Fred, I see your camera. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Yes, my name is Fred Bickerton. That's Fred Bickerton. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Citizens of the Mon Valley have been exposed to excessive toxic discharges from the Mon Valley Coke facilities for years. It's time for a change. I very strongly support the fence line monitoring for benzene. However, I'm concerned with the lack of provisions to require fence line monitoring for other toxins that are being emitted by the coke works. These should be monitored in the same continuous basis as outlined for the benzene. Results should be provided to the public, to a public website within a day's completion of the analysis, not weeks or months later. People have the right to know what toxins they are being exposed to, how much, and when. I understand that the benzene levels above 3 micrograms per cubic meter will trigger a root cause analysis and corrective action. In what time frame will this be required? A time frame for completion of the root cause analysis and corrective action needs to be established and adhered to, with no exceptions. If this time frame is not met, the facility should be shut down until the root cause analysis or corrective action is approved and completed to the satisfaction of your agency. Otherwise, as we've seen in the past, the industry will take years to study the problem and to continue to pollute. And the last comment I have is no way should the facilities be permitted to operate with a lesser monitoring frequency than continue on a continuous basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional questions? Okay. We'll turn it back to the host for the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Our next 2 speakers are Young Kwan and Phoebe Reese. Mr. Kwan, I see your video. Please unmute and begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. My name is Yang Kwan, Y-O-N-G-K-W-O-N. I'm a policy advisor for the Sierra Club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate the EPA for crafting rules that take into account the potential health harms from metallurgical coke facilities to fence line communities, and I urge the agency to take the added step to further strengthen reporting requirements from the proposed rule in order to capture the known risks of exposure to chronic or acute releases of benzene and other hazardous air pollutants. Thanks to public health research and data collection by the EPA, we know quite a bit about benzene and the profile of fence line communities living around coke facilities that release them. Benzene is a cancer-causing pollutant. Long-term exposure to low levels of benzene causes a wide range of adverse health effects. EPA initially enacted controls and emissions from coking facilities to address the serious health hazards posed by benzene pollution. Facilities that have acted as good faith partners to their communities and to EPA should be able to fall below the 3 microgram per cubic meter concentration action level proposed in the rule. As such, this action level should not be amended in deference to higher action levels set for other industries. We know that regulating hazardous air pollutants from the metallurgical coke industry is vital because communities around these facilities are more densely populated than the US average or peer communities in other industrial sectors like cement and aluminum. Over 1,000 people per square mile live in fence line communities around metallurgical coke facilities compared to the US national average of 96 per square mile. As the EPA knows, for these many people living in the fence line communities around metallurgical coke facilities, the emissions from industry exacerbate existing burdens. We know that 56% of people living in communities around metallurgical coke facilities also live in housing stock built prior to 1960, increasing their risk of exposure to hostile sources of lead. The national average is almost precisely half at around 28%. These communities around metallurgical coke facilities are also 95% more likely to be located near a Superfund site, 160% more likely to be near a risk management program facility, and 30% more likely to be near a hazardous waste facility than the average American. What is currently unknown is exactly what volumes of hazardous air pollutants, including benzene, are being released by metallurgical coke facilities into these already overburdened communities. This shortcoming is the result of self-reporting by facilities for which EPA allowed extensive flexibility currently. Sierra Club's survey of the EPA database suggests that nearly 60% of the data reported by metallurgical coke facilities for toxic releases use engineering estimates, a method that relies on individual assumptions and judgments and presents more variability compared to alternative methods of emissions measurements such as direct continuous measurement or periodic or random monitoring of emissions from facilities. As a consequence, EPA lacks valuable information on releases of toxic pollutants when incidents like flarings occur at these facilities. This leaves the surrounding communities with little information on how to best protect themselves. Sierra Club understands that this new amendment to the rule has the potential to fill these gaps and unknowns, and defense line monitoring is particularly important for that purpose. Currently, the amendment to the rule requires quarterly reporting of 6 2-week sampling periods submitted electronically to the EPA within 45 days of the quarter's end. Moreover, the facilities have been given a year to install this equipment. Given the urgency demonstrated by what is known about the health effects of benzene and taking into account the existing health risks borne by the communities around the metallurgical coke facilities, we believe that reporting requirements must be further strengthened to better relay incidences of exposure to fence line communities in a more timely manner. More frequent reporting and faster submission of this data is essential to protecting communities. While the current rule underscores that high variability in short-term fence line concentrations make corrective action based on a single 2-week sampling event inappropriate, there is no explanation provided for why the data itself can't be submitted more frequently than every quarter. Moreover, given the facilities a shorter amount of time to install fence line monitors, seems appropriate given the immediate availability of resources for installation of such devices through the Inflation Reduction Act. Finally, we call on the EPA to use the data to create differentiated responses for chronic violators. Polluters that disregard environmental justice and public health effects of metallurgical coke production should not be allowed to continue business as usual operations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional questions from the panel? Okay, thank you. The host will now call the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Phoebe Reese. I see your video up now. Please start your testimony when ready.
Hello, friends at the EPA. My name is Phoebe Reese. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm on the leadership team and in the immediate past chair of Climate Reality chapter in Pittsburgh and Southwestern Pennsylvania. We have more than 600 members across 10 counties, and we are all volunteers who care about addressing the climate crisis. And we would request that EPA consider the impact in the climate crisis when making these regulations. And to be clear, we want to say clearly we care about good local union jobs that allow us to provide for our families. We value locally manufactured products and a robust domestic economy. And we recognize that our country was built thanks to the steel industry. We've benefited from that and we continue to benefit from that. And we appreciate this. We disagree with the framing that taking care of each other's health and safety is being pitted against jobs in a robust economy. We think this is a false dichotomy. We urge the EPA to consider the full costs to implement and operate the status quo. This includes the cost of climate the climate crisis resulting from the emissions under review. Business as usual is costing us taxpayers billions of dollars that conveniently don't show up on US Steel's balance sheet. We're paying for asthma clinics to be built in Mon Valley schools in Allegheny County. We're paying for trips to the ER. We're paying for elevated rates of respiratory disease and cancer. You've heard the statistics from other organizations and engineers and scientists from our region. We're paying also for more intense national disasters due to the influence of climate change caused by emissions, including the ones we are asking the EPA to regulate today. In Allegheny County, according to the Pennsylvania Auditor General's report, we are experiencing where these, in Allegheny County where these facilities operate, we're experiencing climate change in the form of landslides, flooding, excessive heat days, loss of agriculture. These are impacts of emissions. The same point source emissions that are impacting our local air quality are also contributing to Pennsylvania and the United States' contribution to the climate crisis. And in our region, particularly in the Mon Valley, when we get hit by, we have poor local air quality, and then we get the overlay, from this point source air pollution, which contributes to climate change. And then we get the wildfire smoke from Canada. So we're getting a double whammy from these emissions. Now, to be clear, climate change itself does not cause hurricanes, it does not cause wildfires, but climate change creates the context where an inflagration or a storm become natural disaster. Hurricanes are born as baby spiral storms at the equator, and warm sea surface temperatures, ocean surface temperatures turn them into storms, etc. And this is a national security issue. So regulating them is critical to our national security. Earlier, hope was mentioned, the high suicide rates and mental health. I feel like Princess Leia at the beginning of Star Wars, help us EPA, you're our only hope. We lose hope because we as individuals can't change these global systems, but you have the power to, with these regulations, to help us address air pollution, to help us address climate change. And without monitoring, we can't make choices in our everyday lives to protect ourselves on a day-to-day or house-by-house basis. We need you, EPA. You're our only hope. Please help. And we endorse the recommendations from other organizations, including Valley Clean Air Now, Women for a Healthy Environment, Industrious Labs, the Breathe Project, Carnegie Mellon's Create Lab, and Clean Air Council, among others. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and testimony. Any additional questions from the panel? Okay, thank you. The hearing host can call the next speaker, please.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Mark Dixon and Randy Sargent. Mark, I see your video up now. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Mark Dixon, and I'm speaking as a community member and filmmaker. Thank you for this opportunity to speak here today, and thank you for proposing improvements to current coke oven rules. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, about 8 miles north of US Steel's Clairton Coke Works. You can see the facility in the Breathe Cam footage behind me, with footage credit due to the CMU Create Lab and Breathe Project. This is what we live with in this region, both residents and workers. This is not okay, and these unacceptable conditions are happening under current EPA regulations. So I hope you can understand why I and countless others are seeking stricter regulations with real-time fence line monitoring, lower pollution thresholds, stronger enforcement options, and higher penalties. I moved here from California. I never experienced industrial stench before like I have here. In fact, I'm shocked that such frequent and horrific industrial odor can exist in a highly populated modern city like Pittsburgh. But it gets worse when I drive down to Clairton. Virtually every time I go there, I get a headache in the middle of my forehead, and there's often a horrible industrial smell in the area. When I encounter residents, they talk about cancer, and more cancer. They talk about sarcoidosis, asthma, and lung disease. They talk about burying family members who died too soon. As you deliberate on the updated rules, keep in mind that many communities have already been suffering for decades, and they deserve relief. I generally sleep with my windows closed because the stench of hydrogen sulfide that regularly drifts through the region during weather inversion events, even 8 miles away. The Allegheny County Health Department has determined that U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works Clairton Coke plant is responsible for the exceedances of H2S standards. In fact, just in 2022, the ACHD announced that it fined U.S. Steel over $1.8 million for over 2,000 H2S hourly exceedances recorded on just 153 days between January 1st, 2020 and March 1st, 2022. But the stench continues. And we know there is benzene in the air and a host of other pollutants mixed with it. And concerns about this pollution are driving people away. I've already had 6 friends move away in the last few years, in part due to air pollution. And another couple of friends are actively considering moving soon. Regulators like the Allegheny County Health Department must not just fine companies, they have to require that industries improve and clean up, not just a little, but a whole lot and fast. Perpetual pay to pollute approaches don't protect people. The EPA, can give the ACHD tools necessary to make a difference in our lives. Please do that. Enact the strongest possible benzene fence line monitoring requirements. Keep the proposed benzene action level of 3 micrograms per cubic meter. Consider real-time readings like we get with the countless purple air monitors deployed by community members, myself included. News 3 months from now that benzene levels were high for a while does not protect residents. Consider 8, maybe even 15 benzene monitors per facility, especially for larger facilities. Include byproduct recovery plants in this rule or address those in new rules ASAP. Overall, strengthen the coke oven rule and commit the necessary staff and funding to actually enforce those rules. If you're trying to improve air quality long-term, keep in mind that insufficient enforcement decades ago probably slowed the transition to low carbon, less polluting technologies. Now climate change has brought wildfire smoke to Pittsburgh so that even on days that are not polluted by Clairton Coke Works, we still breathe pollution. Stronger enforcement of air quality laws creates economic necessity to move to new technologies that have low or zero CO2 and other emissions, so we win on climate long-term and air quality short-term and air quality long-term. And it will move our nation's essential industries towards a zero carbon future that is necessary to remain competitive in a global marketplace hungry for climate solutions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any of the panelists have additional questions?
Yes, I have a question. I noticed that a film going behind your picture. How many of those films were at coke plants?
This is the Clairton Coke Works behind me on 3 separate occasions, 3 different periods. One is during a power outage you're seeing right now that happened this year. The same kind of power outage happened also last year with similar flaring. And the clip that starts the video cycle is on just another random day, I believe in 2023, where you can just see emissions just pouring out. This was on the power outage day. When there's a power outage, it appears that there's flaring that occurs for hours and hours and hours after every single power outage. So this is all at Clairton Coke Works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the panel? Okay, thank you. I'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Randy Sargent. Randy, I see your video. Please go ahead and begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. My name is Randy Sargent, and I'm a researcher with Carnegie Mellon University's CREATE Lab in Pittsburgh. We work with communities impacted by air pollution and help communities document exposure and document fugitive and other pollution emissions from large industrial sources. And in fact, we helped operate the cameras that Mark was showing footage from. We'll be submitting a number of technical comments, but I wanted to speak in person today to strongly disagree with those who might claim that the health impacts of coke production today are acceptable, and to explain why we need to reduce emissions and health impacts. It's very difficult to listen to residents talk about health impacts to themselves, to their children, to their families, to their neighbors, impacts that they believe and know are due to by far the largest source of pollution in their airshed. that they've lived with perhaps most or all of their lives. In data we look at, we observe cancer and asthma hotspots adjacent to Clairton Coke Works today and adjacent to where Shenango Coke Works operated before it closed down, with geography consistent with air patterns that we see from these facilities. Residents in these hotspots have experienced much higher asthma incidence, cancer incidence, and cancer mortality than is average for our county. And our county average isn't particularly safe, as you may have heard in testimony earlier today. The closure of our county's Shenango Coke Works at the end of 2016 has given us a natural experiment by which we can better estimate the health impacts of coke production. Here are some of the findings, and you've heard a few of these. Dr. Deborah Gentile, who's a pediatric asthma doctor who also does research, had been working with kids close to Shenango and then continued working with kids after the shutdown. And she measured a 42% reduction of uncontrolled asthma in those diagnosed with asthma, the kids diagnosed with asthma, and a 59% after closure reduction of children showing risk of asthma, but not diagnosed. She also found a 25% reduction in physician diagnosable asthma. And by this measure, it means that asthma was developing in 25% fewer kids after Shenango closed. Think about the lifetime impact of that. Allegheny County Health Department also studied hospital records and found after the shutdown a 27% decrease in cardiovascular emergency visits, and 38% decrease in respiratory emergency department visits, 3.3-fold, three times decrease in all asthma emergency department visits, and over five-fold decrease, more than 80% reduction in pediatric asthma emergency department visits. And our county's monitor showed a 96% reduction in benzene from before and after in a close by neighborhood, and sulfur dioxide reductions of 90%. In a more recent study, Professor George Thurston's group at New York University's School of Public Health added to these findings that after shutdown, hospitalizations continued to decrease in the year since 2016, and measured pollution reductions more than 10 kilometers away. Clairton is 10 times as big. We see measures that are much higher, as you heard from Myron earlier. When I hear people talk about the economic difficulty of reducing leaks from the coke facilities, I think facilities might need to hire more employees or buy more steel to reduce leaks. That doesn't strike me as the same sort of economic downside as the cost that we see, the economic costs of these health impacts and the moral costs of these health impacts. Thank you for your time, and we'll be adding to this testimony in written form.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? Okay, I'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Tracy Forrester and Dominic Yankee. Tracy, I see your video. Please go ahead and begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Forrester, spelled Traciforrester. Thank you for the opportunity to share comments on EPA's proposed rule entitled National Emission Standards for Coke Ovens, Pushing, Quenching, and Battery Stacks, and Coke Oven Batteries. I am Cleveland Cliffs Executive Vice President, Environmental and Sustainability. Cleveland Cliffs is the largest flat-rolled steel producer in North America and operates 5 integrated steelmaking facilities in the Great Lakes region. These 5 facilities employ approximately 13,500 individuals, which account for approximately half of our workforce. Over 11,000 of these employees are represented by one of 3 prominent unions, the United Steelworkers, the United Auto Workers, and the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. Our 3 coke plants provide vital feedstock to these integrated mills and employ approximately 750 people, a large majority of whom are represented by a union. Cleveland-Cliffs takes great pride in our environmental management program and efforts. Our business is highly regulated, and we understand the importance of maintaining compliance and going beyond what is expected. Cliffs operators are prompted to be proactive in mitigating potential risks at our plants and to be good neighbors to the communities where we operate. Cliffs supports environmental regulations that result in limits that are achievable and are based on sound science and proven technology for industry. We worked with EPA over an 8-year period to ensure that the agency had accurate data and information about the coke making process in order to write a well-informed rules package. We ask EPA to consider the following input prior to finalizing the regulations. First, we're pleased that EPA's own modeling and analysis demonstrates that the risk to public health from the coke oven source categories is low. EPA's modeling shows that the emissions from our coke operations do not adversely affect nearby communities, such that changes are necessary to reduce emissions in order to reduce risk. Just as modeling has shown that the risk from iron and steel sources is low, so is the risk from coke sources. Second, all regulations should be based on sound science and reliable technical processes. EPA has determined that despite the low risk, coke oven doors should be subject to an even more stringent standard than the already rigorous standard. EPA is using its authority to conduct technology reviews for the reduced oven door standard, but there are no new demonstrated technologies or developments that warrant that lower standard. Therefore, we believe EPA is imposing an arbitrary and capricious reduced limit for doors that are not legally required or supported under its risk and technology review authority. Furthermore, for decades, EPA has treated tall coke oven battery doors differently than short doors. In accordance with sound technical arguments, the differences among coke oven door types should not be ignored. Third, the proposed rule requires fence line monitoring at coke plants. This is of concern because EPA's own conservative modeling demonstrates that the risk from coke plants to the public is low. Fence line monitors will record emissions from offsite sources that do not originate from a coke plant. Because the monitors are not able to distinguish between on and offsite sources, this requirement will provide misleading results. These present serious implementation and compliance challenges. Fourth, with our leadership role in steel production, Cliffs recognizes the importance of advancing the sustainability of the steel industry. In early 2021, Cliffs issued a climate commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 25% by 2030. We achieved that goal ahead of schedule last year by increasing utilization of scrap and hot briquetted iron. This strategy allowed us to reduce coke usage and retire 2 coke plants while achieving the same levels of production and shipments this year as we did in 2021, even while utilizing 1 less blast furnace. Further driving down our GHG emissions will require major capital investments. We're concerned this regulation will demand a level of investment that detracts from our ability to further decarbonize and will not provide commensurate environmental benefits. Finally, the 45-day public comment period is not adequate given the multiple different proposed actions that EPA has combined into a single proposed rule. A 30-day extension has been requested of the public comment period, which we ask you to approve promptly as minimum amount of time needed for meaningful public review and comments on this proposal. Thank you again for being able to provide comments. We look forward to continuing a collaborative working relationship with the EPA.
Thank you for your comments and testimony. Any additional questions from the panel? Okay, thank you. Turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dominic Yankee. Dominic, when you're ready, please unmute. And I see your video. Please begin your testimony when ready.
My name is Dominic Yankee, DOMINIC YANKE. I live in Michigan City, Indiana. Indiana leads the nation in the amount of toxic pollutants released per square mile. US Steel and Gary is Indiana's top polluter, and Northwest Indiana has some of the worst air pollution in the country. Benzene is carcinogenic, meaning that it causes cancer. I learned as much in one of my organic chemistry classes. In organic chemistry, my class worked with strict safety procedures, and the thought of handling benzene in a way that causes unsafe levels in neighboring communities is ridiculous to me. Implementing more thorough rules and regulations won't make coke ovens unprofitable. They'll still make money hand over fist. I understand that the economic impact of any proposed rule is important, but I urge the EPA to remember that the health impacts of pollutants do translate into economic impacts by causing more sick days and the development of chronic illnesses, both of which negatively impact the economy as well as people's quality of life. There have been days where I can't leave my house due to the air pollution causing difficulty breathing with my asthma. The toxic, inflammatory chemicals that are released are bad for my airways and health in general. Particulate matter 2.5 has been shown to get deep into the lungs and enter the bloodstream and damage the blood-brain barrier. It also causes cardiovascular illness and strokes and other debilitating issues. Over the past few years, my hometown of Michigan City has had fewer and fewer days with acceptable air quality. I fear that one day there won't be any days where the air quality is good enough to leave my house. Breathing isn't optional, so maintaining clean air shouldn't be optional either. I urge the EPA to increase appropriately cited fence line benzene air monitoring starting now, establish a benzene action level that protects workers and nearby communities, and to include a rule for byproduct recovery plants. Also, I hope that you'll make sure that any fines are large enough to actually discourage breaking rules and regulations, and that you enforce any rules that are broken in a timely manner. I appreciate the EPA's proposed rule and hope that you'll make it more thorough in order to protect vulnerable workers and nearby communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional questions from the panel? Okay, thank you. Turn it back to the host.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Nina Morgan and Arthur Thomas. Nina, I see your video. Please go ahead and begin your testimony when ready.
My name is Nina Morgan, NINAMORGAN, and I am representing the Magic City Youth Initiative. We are a by youth for youth grassroots organization based in Birmingham, Alabama, working to make our communities healthy places where we can not just survive, but thrive. And the reality of the lived experiences of many of our members includes living next to, and in many cases, right across the street from major sources of pollution. And two of these sources happen to be coke plants, namely Bluestone Coke and ABC Coke, two of the 14 existing coke facilities in the United States. Both of these facilities have a bad track record spanning decades for non-compliance and violations of the Clean Air Act. Most recently, Bluestone Coke's operating permit was denied, and a lawsuit against the company was announced in the fall of 2021 because of numerous violations of air pollution regulations. This happened after the facility was issued notice of violation in 2020 and failed a series of inspections during the summer of 2021, leading up to the denial of their operating permit in the lawsuit. ABC Coke has a history of unlawful benzene emissions. An inspection of the facility conducted in 2011 found a number of violations related to wastewater from the plant containing benzene coming in contact with open air because of improperly sealed pipes and equipment. And in 2019, unfortunately, 8 long years after this inspection, these violations resulted in the facility incurring fines and entering into a consent decree requiring the establishment of semi-annual monitoring for leaks. And even with all these fines and penalties and changes, ABC Coke continues to emit high levels of pollutants. According to you all's data from the EPA, in preparing for this rule, it reflects periods where the benzene emissions were over the proposed action level of 3 micrograms, with levels as high as 22 micrograms. Both of these coke plants are located in majority Black and brown neighborhoods where people feel like they have been left behind and whose families have been riddled with cancer and illness. I am speaking on behalf of young people living there who are fighting for viable futures, who have no choice in many cases, but to stay and try to make a difference. Yes, Bluestone Coke is not currently operating, giving those who live in the surrounding neighborhood some relief, but there is no guarantee that the plant won't reopen. And in the case of ABC Coke, it remains active, operating 24/7, sun up to sundown. I drive by this facility almost every day and smell the chemicals from the plants. and Magic City Youth Initiative members work and go to school in these communities. They walk their younger siblings to and from elementary schools that are situated less than 1 mile from these facilities. The proposed amendments to NESHAP for coke ovens must include fence line monitoring for additional air toxics and establish a benzene action level that protects workers and community members. Additionally, reoccurring exceedances of action levels should be treated as violations of the Clean Air Act. Yes, root cause analysis and repair are good, but when it's the same ones over and over for a period of years, facilities, but it's not good enough. And so facilities must be forced to follow the law, and there needs to be violations when there's reoccurring instances, especially considering the existence of facilities like Bluestone Coke and ABC Coke, who both have deplorable track records of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel? Okay, thank you. I'll turn it back to the hearing host, the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Arthur Thomas. Arthur, I can see your video if you want to start your testimony when ready.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Arthur Thomas. That's ARTHURTHOMAS. I've been a resident of Clairton for over 70 years. Also worked for U.S. Steel for over 30 some years. During this time, I found out that U.S. Steel really knows what palms agrees as far as getting things done when they violate the rules. I was on safety for about 20 years for U.S. Steel. If they had a oil spill on the river, since I was on safety, I knew I was going to eat very well that day because it was dinner in the executive dining room, turf and turf. This is myself, the captain of the boat, the crew, and the executives from U.S. Steel. This is how they handle business. Being on safety, I've had my people be exposed to different chemicals. U.S. Steel wouldn't even tell them what the chemicals were or do anything about it. U.S. Steel used to be in business for long-term, setting long-term goals. Now they're in business for making short-term profits. There's a movie called The Deer Hunter on TV one time. During that movie, they called Clairton, Pennsylvania, the armpit of the universe. And nothing's changed on that. They didn't get sued for it, so it must be true. Okay. And by the way, my wife suffers from sarcoidosis. Went into neurosarcoidosis. Every time they have a fire, her condition gets worse. She may have a stroke. She may get weak, can't get up, can't walk, all of that kind of stuff. And the sarcoidosis, when I was back in safety for U.S. Steel back in the day, we didn't have all these computers. We had a book called The Thomas Registry. I found out through that book that sarcoidosis was directly caused by people using coal byproducts, coal tar, to suppress the dust in the rural South. And came back up, people breathe it, they had high cases of sarcoidosis. Right now, when I go to a class reunion, since we live in Clairton, most of our class reunions be down Pittsburgh or very local. There'd be more people from out of state than there is from Clairton. When you look around and you see how many classmates you've lost during the last 5 years or so, you start to realize the ones that live in Clairton all their lives are dying quicker. The other guys are living. I was surprised to find out the other day, the Mon Valley is in the top 5% for cancer deaths in the United States. I think that's pretty bad. I can go to the Weather Channel. I can get pollution count for Bethel Park. I can get the air conditioning for Bethel Park. Bethel Park is a more affluent neighborhood than Clairton. So therefore, they don't put Clairton on the Weather Channel. And we're living right in the middle of all the violations. If Clairton Mill can't clean it up, they need to shut it down now. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, additional questions from the panelists? Okay, the hearing host, please call the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Johnny Perryman and Melanie Mead. All right, Johnny, I can see your video. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Hello, my name is Johnny Perryman, and I live in Clairton, Pennsylvania. I'm 80 years old. I've been here for 15 years, 16 years. And in 2019, my doctor told me that if I wanted to live, I had to get out of Clairton. But by then, I had breathed in so much air pollution that I couldn't, I had a hard time going upstairs to the bathroom, let alone packing up a whole house and moving far enough away to get away from this pollution. Now, I went down to a hearing at the county health department about the pollution, and they were getting fined money from United States Steel, and they were fixing up their offices with it. And so I says, why don't you use some of that fine money in Clairton, where people are dying from heart disease, from cancer, from all kinds of things. There's all kinds of statistics that show you what percentage of the people that die of cancer is from air pollution. And so we know that it actually kills somebody, but what we don't know is who is going to be charged for murder, but the answer is nobody. But they know it's going to kill somebody. And I'm going to be one of those statistics, but I'm a human being that didn't volunteer to be a statistic. Now, since then, because I was unable to leave Clairton, the doctors cut my chest open. They put a pump in my heart. I walk around with a regulator that regulates the pump in my heart. I have 2 batteries on either side. I plug into the wall at night to keep the pump going. And the pump may have been made by some Chinese guy. It's 5 years old, and it's operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in my chest. And it's been doing it since July of 2019. I'm sorry. And so now, and so I said they should send some of the money out to the boroughs so that we can buy air purifiers, masks, or something to help us live longer. And so they sent 90% of the money out to the 5 boroughs that was affected the most. And we were supposed to pick a committee to determine how that money was spent. And the mayor decided that the committee was him plus 1 council member. And that money was spent for a dump truck. It was spent for a traffic light. It was spent for a police car. None of it helps me to breathe any better. And so the county cut down the amount of money they were sending to the boroughs because it wasn't used for what they were sending it for to 75%. And I would like to see the EPA take some of the money that they get from fines from air pollution and send it out to the nonprofit organizations that are actually doing something in the community to help. We've sent out several air purifiers all over the city of Clairton, and we're going to send out another 100 of them here in the very near future to help people breathe. And when I was testifying at the Allegheny County, I didn't know if I was going to live through that day. And I've gone through a lot of days since then where I didn't know if I was going to live through that day. And just to come down here to testify, it's just take a lot of effort from me. And so I just think that if you should lower the amount of pollution allowed from the Clairton Kirk Works, from United States Steel, and we know it's causing global warming. Let's just be an example. Let's just do something right. And I thank you very much for listening to us. And I just thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel? Okay, I'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Melanie Mead. After this speaker, we will take a short break. All right, Melanie, I see your video coming up. Please begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. I am the last living immediate relative of my family at age 46. I am also trained by Climate Reality Project, and I was educated in Northern Virginia in the early 1990s when climate change was being pushed, but people were ignoring it. And now I'm living what we were discussing at that time. I have buried everyone from 2011 to 2020, from chronic kidney failure, chronic heart failure, cancer, and blood clots to the lung. I'm happy for all of you who have good health, but we cannot ignore the truth about what this is doing to the community. Fence line monitoring is vital to our community because we cannot trust what the EPA sees or notices. We cannot trust an industry that chose to burn fires for 100 days. And we cannot trust a mayor who's willing to allow an industry to harm the health of his constituents who have supported him. I would like to see you charge U.S. Steel with fines that are comparable to the life loss. I do not have any of my siblings or my parents here with me. And it is unfortunate that I do not have a mayor or a city council board who's willing to talk about health harms by industry because they are paid off likely by the industry. Our children do not know what environmental justice means, nor do they know that they live in an environmental justice area. So how can we say that we are preparing our youth here? This is not a happy home. This community does not have good stores. Most of you would never shop in these stores. Family Dollars, Rite Aids. Our children eat out of boxes. They eat processed food, which is also a contributing factor to their poor health. Weakened immune systems by breathing in air pollution will cause havoc in most cases. In those cases where it hasn't, we are very thankful that a person has been able to live a long life. What we are not thankful for is an EPA and a mayor and city council who ignore the statistics. We need fence line monitoring for additional chemicals. We definitely need increased fines. We also need a rule that doesn't allow a mayor that supports industry to spend the fine money. We should also allow that a mayor couldn't be mayor if the people in the community are not informed about what is going on. He's invited many families to move here. He's a homeowner, and he also rents Section 8 out to many of the community members. They should be informed about where they're moving to. They should have a right to know that this is an environmental justice zone that may cause potential harm to health. Please increase fines for USX Steel and provided fence line monitoring for additional chemicals that will not allow any mischief by industry to get in the way. We need the truth, and we need the truth to be heard by you all now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, testimony. Panelists, any additional questions? Okay, I'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Great, thank you so much. At this time, we are going to take a short break for 10 minutes. As you will see on screen, We will convene at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. So at this time, we will take a short break and reconvene the hearing in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back from the break. At this time, I'd like to invite the hearing chair and the panelists to introduce themselves.
Welcome back. My name's Steve Frew. I'm a senior advisor in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. Thank you very much.
I'm Katie Boaggio. I'm in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards as well.
And hello, good afternoon. My name is Mandy Hansen, and I also work in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards in the Metals and Inorganic Chemicals group.
Great, thank you very much. As a reminder, today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. For those of you on Zoom, if you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you are joining us via the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Our logistics team will add you to today's agenda if there are any time slots available. If you are watching the hearing on YouTube and are interested in speaking, please email our registration support team. That email address is under the video screen and on our website. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the hearing that include the rules of behavior. The EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing event meeting. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. When you are called to speak, please unmute your line. While you are providing testimony, you are also welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record, and a 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. The next two speakers are Kim Meacham and Tom Bailey.
Hello, my name is Kim Meacham, K-I-M-M-E-A-C-H-A-M. I'm a lifelong resident of Clairton. I can honestly say that I have actually suffered the effects of the benzene exposure at Clairton Mill. I had a father who died from acute leukemia, which is a direct result of being exposed to benzene. He worked in the mill for 44 years out of his life and died at 60. My mother died from lung cancer, which we know is a direct problem from benzene exposure. I've lost grandparents, bronchitis, asthma, all kinds of direct results from being exposed from this benzene. And my parents and grandparents moved here after they were past, let's say, childhood. They haven't been exposed the entire life, but me, my sisters and brothers have. And they're also suffering from effects of benzene exposure. My sister has severe asthma, which her doctor has sent her a nebulizer at her home, so she must have treatment on a regular basis. Both my sisters have had thyroid cancer. My brother suffered from a cancer episode, and I have bronchitis, which I got diagnosed about 10 years ago, and have been living with an inhaler on occasions when I have flare-ups. Where do I start with this bandwagon that I've been on? And I want to thank you all for your time today. And I'm very interested in this benzene fence line monitoring. We know that we're still suffering from effects due to the fire and all the flare-ups at the mill. And we're not just asking, we're begging for you to take the time to find out how bad we're suffering here. We would like to see the benzene fence line monitoring be at 3 micrograms. We've known for years the exposure we suffered. We've seen family and friends and different people from the community who have suffered. And if someone doesn't take the time out to listen to our problems, to even care about what's happening to us here in Clairton, nothing's going to be done. The EPA, they stepped up. They helped with the fines, to secure the fines for us, but there is no one who is truly showing any compassion for us. At this point, you know, we've asked our mayor to get involved and supply monitors or either air purifiers for the homes. I mean, this is a direct correlation to the exposure we're having here, and nobody wants to step up and make sure that the residents are safe here. You know, this time of life, it's very hard to just pick up and move, but I'm seriously considering leaving the area due to health problems. When you go outside on a sunny day, usually when the weather is right, we have air inversions that keeps the pollution right here on top of our heads for longer than 24 hours in most cases. I have all kinds of warnings coming up on my phone. Is it too much to ask that someone comes, steps up and help us like they did for the people in East Palestine or up there at the Shell cracker plant? What is the problem here that we can't find someone, anyone to step up and help us live and breathe in this community? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel? Thank you. I'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Tom Bailey.
Hello, my name is Tom Bailey, T-O-M-B-A-I-L-E-Y. I live in Allegheny County and I have many friends in the Mon Valley. And I have some good aspects and some bad aspects about these EPA proposed regulations. But I must say I'm a retired high school teacher. I taught economics and government for over 26 years. And so I got to ask, in regards to the government is to be focused on the public interest. But economics is also important. So what we're doing here is weighing these back and forth. So for you panelists I'm looking at now, you folks have had one question for all the speakers I've just spoken to you. Is that public engagement? Or are you just filling a position by standing there and watching? You're there for a purpose. The one woman asked a great question. I really think as a public school teacher, there's so much was demanded of us. I'm going to ask that of yourself. Take this seriously. Maybe if you live near these plants, you'd be a little different yourselves. The hearing and timing of these items is 3 in the afternoon. Most people are working now. If you really want to find out what people think, you have to have in-person proceedings so they can come, and you need to see them face to face, not over a computer. That's what government is based on. One, you have them in the morning and the afternoon. It's not sufficient. And you've heard many telling, vivid explanations of what it's like. And we're all on computers. In regards to the good, the fence line monitoring is needed. The fence line monitoring is way overdue. You know, if there was an oil refinery here in Clairton, they would have been shut down by now because of the benzene levels. Ortiz came here from the Region 3, and the first thing he said was, I'm a political appointee of the Joe Biden administration. Politics, once again, comes up. But benzene is injuring the families of many of my friends here. So it's about time that the fence line monitors are also required for the coal plants. And now, even if they're put into effect, and let me know if I'm wrong, that won't be until about a year from now. What about my friends that are having benzene in their families now with their children here? And you heard about the woman talk about from Alabama. You think these people are making this up? What needs to be done is to use the power the Allegheny County Health Department has. They're violating, Clarendon Coke Works is violating their Title V permit. Close them down. If they comply and the air regulations meet, then start them back up. I don't hear anybody from EPA saying that. Yes, I think it is something maybe people ought to start paying attention to. And believe me, if you lived here, you'd be doing the same thing we're doing. What else is good? I would think it should keep it at 3 micrograms for the benzene. I agree completely with Mr. Bickerton and Mr. Young that spoke earlier. You can't drop it any lower. Enforce it as if you live next door. I'll give you an example. I had a chance to go to Fukushima, Japan a number of years ago. Yeah, you've heard about it because now they're releasing the waters generated during the nuclear accident. But when you drive down a highway less than a mile away from that plant, they have the radiation levels in digital right above the street. You hear these people here that live in this area saying, we want to know what's coming out of the plant. They're living in the Stone Age. You can't tell me that you can't take that data and put it right there so you can see what you're breathing now. The economic clout that Clarendon Coke Works and these other Coke plants try to exhibit, and you folks are going to be asked to rubber stamp, is inexcusable if you take your role as a government public service person seriously. So what's bad? If you know the Hamilton play, the Broadway play, where Thomas Jefferson gets in Hamilton's face and Hamilton explodes and says, you're out of your GD mind. Why? The mayor just spoke to you earlier and said the first thing out of his mouth, if you think about it, was there's many good jobs at that plant. Well, there may be, Mayor, but the first thing for government, which he's an elected official, and for you folks, if you work for the government, is the public interest and public health. What is the role of public health by the EPA? Many of us know that during the Trump administration, they had a tough time when they went to the Supreme Court, they were knocked back. They have to rebuild. You need to take that position. And Allegheny County Health Department, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at their enforcement actions that clean the against Clarendon Coke Works, in the last 4 years, they have 5 different enforcement actions each year. So when Mayor Latanzo says,
Mr. Bailey, your time is concluded. If you could please wrap up.
For whom? And I'll wrap up as other speakers have. The Allegheny County Health Department needs to take their role seriously, as you folks do. And these EPA regulations on benzene, that's fine, but it's not the whole picture. It should not be politics first. It should be public health first in public service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your impassioned comments and testimony. Any additional questions? Thank you. I'll turn it back to the hearing chair for the next speaker.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers are David Mickle and Daniela Guerrero. David, please unmute and start your camera when ready.
Good afternoon. My name is David Meckel, D-A-V-I-D-M-E-C-K-E-L. I am a resident of Glassport. I moved here in 1999 after getting out of the Marine Corps. Everything was fine in Glassport from 99 until 2018. 2018, I came back from Clarion, Pennsylvania, back into Glassport. And when I got to the Pittsburgh mills, I noticed a terrible smell. And by the time we got into Glassport, we realized that the Clarendon Coke Works had had a fire and their batteries were damaged. Well, their batteries are still damaged and they haven't fixed anything. And as far as the fence line monitoring goes, I participated in the particulate collection of the stuff that U.S. Steel is putting in the air, i.e. benzene, and the benzene level at my monitoring station in my yard was 17. That's 17 micrograms that I got to breathe every single day. It used to take me 45 minutes to cut my grass. Now I have to stop and take a break because I can't get any air. There's no oxygen to breathe. I stagger around like a fish out of water. I have to go in the house and sit down and wait 20 minutes, and then I can come back outside and take care of the rest of my grass. And the particulate matter from US Steel, Mr. Mayor, my house is full of it. It's on my windowsills, it's on my walls, it's on my curtains, it's in my bathroom, it's in my bedroom, it's everywhere. I don't know where you live, but I live in Glassport, and it's pretty bad there. And the particulate matter is ridiculous. I have to wash down my house 3 times a year, and that takes me 23 hours to scrub it off with a scrub brush. And you people, I'd like to take all my grass clippings and throw them in your conference room at US Steel and see how you like cleaning up my dirt. And you violate my constitutional rights by not letting me breathe clean air. I get clean water, but I sure don't get the clean air to breathe because my benzene count in my yard is 17 from the particulate collector that's collected every 2 weeks. And we did it for 18 months. And you managed to screw it up every day for 18 months, US Steel. You are my enemy. You are hurting thousands of us. You are making us sick. And this is not fair. It's not right. And you should be responsible for your actions, which you are not. And it seems like it's hooray for us and the hell with you, you little peasants. You know, we can get plenty of you to make our steel for us. But, you know, you're a usable subject. And when you use us up, you know, you just brush us off like it don't matter. Life doesn't have any meaning to you people at US Steel. I dislike you, and you need to shut your business down if you can't run it clean. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any additional questions? Thank you. I'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Daniela Guerrero. Daniela, I see your video up. Please start your testimony when ready.
Thank you so much. My name is Daniela, DANIELA, GUERRERO. I work for Just Transition Northwest Indiana. We're a grassroots organization located in Northwest Indiana. Right now we're in Michigan City. We spend most of our time in US EPA hearings because every so often the EPA decides to revise the rule, which I thank you so much for being able to revise the National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants on coke ovens at steel and iron plants today. However, I need to urge you to not stop here and to actually go further. We have 3 basic demands, and these are very similar to the people that have spoken. First, you need to increase appropriately sited fence line benzene air monitoring starting now. Our communities cannot afford to wait any longer. 2, you need to establish a benzene action level that protects workers and communities right now. This is people's life. This is not something that can wait. Number 3, you got to include a rule for byproduct recovery plans, and you got to do it right now. The proposed rules are a great advance. However, we got to go further to protect communities and workers. I also wanted to add, I was born and raised in Bogota, Colombia. Right now, I have the privilege to be in my country. I'm here for a week. And as you can see, it's just nature and it's mountains and it's beautiful. And here I don't have any asthma when I am in Northwest Indiana where I live. I right now live in Chicago, but I work in Northwest Indiana. Every single time I go out and take the train, I have to make sure I have my inhaler because I cannot breathe. This is something that I only suffered when I moved to the US, not in Colombia. And being here, being between the mountains is not fair that I have to come to a whole other country and be in between the mountains, like not even close, in the mountains to be able to breathe clean air. We all deserve clean air. We all deserve clean water. And in Northwest Indiana, at a local level, we have tried to really work with our local authorities, and it has not worked. Our state representatives, they are simply not being willing to help us. This is because Northwest Indiana, many of the workers depend on steel. However, it is time to make sure that these workers are protected. It's time to make sure that communities are protected, and we cannot wait. In June, earlier this month, we had an EPA hearing based on coal ash, which I know it's a whole other issue. However, I did wanted to highlight one of our members, one of our community members wrote this, sorry, so much clean air, wrote this poem about her experience testifying in front of the EPA. She said, having faced worth, I understood. It was worth to speak, my life to power, even if that power was just EPA kids trying to sit there neutral, writing notes and trying not to take our stories or tears personally, which at this meeting, I really haven't seen nothing like that. I know this, you don't live here, and I know this is not affecting you directly, but this is people's life, and you have the power that we are all fighting for. So it's time for you to take action. You cannot just sit here in a Zoom meeting looking like you don't care. This is people's life. This is our stories. People are dying. People are losing their families. And if this was your family, you would not just look there with absolutely no emotion in your face. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments and testimony. I would like to remind all commenters that written comments are encouraged as well and will be part of the record for this rulemaking. Are there any other questions from the panel? Thank you. We'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Jermaine Patterson. Jermaine, when you're ready. Great. I see your video. Please unmute and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I didn't register, so I really appreciate you allowing me to speak. I am driving, so if I'm not looking in the camera, it's because I'm paying attention to the road. I am a lifelong resident of the Mon Valley, and I've lived in Clairton, the home of the U.S. Steel Coke Works, for 18 years. I have 3 children. Right after the pandemic, I started working in the community. And it really wasn't until then that I really started to notice the effects on health. Not only my health, but the health of residents. I knew, I knew air pollution was bad. I knew that. That was a given. But once I started working in the community, I really started to notice the extreme effects. I mean, it's unheard of to have a asthma clinic in the school, right? Just so you know, I'm a community health worker, and my work is centered around air quality and asthma. So to have a asthma clinic in the school is telling right there. I wanted to mention that first. I want to acknowledge that I hosted a benzene monitor on my home for 2 years. And it was very awakening for me to know that the benzene, was reaching my home. And so if it's reaching my home, it's reaching the homes of my neighbors. So it's affecting me and my family, as well as the neighbors around me, behind me, in front of me. So fence line monitoring is important, not only for benzene, but for other chemicals. Very important. Another thing that I want to mention is that an alert system is very important to the residents. Mr. Dixon, Mark Dixon, he showed you a video of the fires that happened recently. The community had no idea, right? This happened while we were asleep. Imagine if that was worse. Imagine if God forbid, that the mill was on fire. I mean, which it was, but literally, if it caused greater harm, because it did cause harm to folks, we have no alert system in the community. So I'm asking the EPA to make it mandatory for US Steel to have an alert system that will notify community members when such things happen. Hydrogen sulfide is another that I want to talk about. It's to be awakened at 3 o'clock in the morning from, number one, stench, an irritated throat, irritated eyes because of hydrogen sulfide is not fun. It's not at all. I think it was 2021, I thought I had COVID. Really scared me. I went to urgent care and they told me I had environmental allergies. And I want you to keep in mind that I didn't have any type of illness until I started working in the community. And what that means is that I spent a lot more time in my community than I ever had in my 18 years of living there. So once I started working in the community, spending more time there, that's when I noticed a difference in my health.
Jermaine, your time is concluded. If you could please wrap up. Thank you very much.
I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
And thank you for taking the time and providing your testimony. Any additional questions from the panel?
I just have one question of you, Jermaine. You broke up a little bit. I don't know if it was my end or your end, but I was wondering if you could say again, I know you said you work at a school and you run.
No, I don't work at a school. What I did say is that.
Okay, can you clarify that, please?
Yes, I work in the community.
Sort of missed that part.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Okay. Yes. All right. Yes. What I said was I work in the community. So I work for Women for a Healthy Environment. And what we do is we provide education and resources when it comes to environmental exposures and built environments. And so I'm a community health worker. I work under our Healthy Homes program. We also have a Healthy Schools and we have a Healthy Early Learning. But what I did say is in the schools in Clairton, there is a asthma clinic that's run by Duquesne University. There's an asthma clinic, and that is unheard of for a school. And it's not the only school in Allegheny County that has an asthma clinic. So they're there because the asthma rates are so high in the school.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, that welcome. Clarified.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? With that, we'll turn it back to the hearing host.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers who provided testimony, and thank you to our chairpersons and panelists. This concludes today's hearing. The hearing chair will now adjourn today's hearing in this session. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Steve Frew. I'm a senior advisor in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. We have no additional speakers slated at this time. I want to thank all the panelists that participated today, everyone who offered testimony, and everyone who took time out of their schedule to listen to the hearing. This is for the coke ovens, pushing, quenching, battery stacks, National Emission Standards, and coke oven batteries NESHAP. As a reminder, please, you can also submit written comments on the proposal through the date of October 23rd, 1923. With that, the hearing is now concluded, adjourned. Thank you very much.